welcome. Please take your seats. Not to worry if you haven't seen coffee in this room. It's in the hall on the way to other stage, so you can get it there, and it's there with some snacks too. So, please use the opportunity to ask questions and comment. You can do it on a platform. You can log in from your mobile phone or computer. It's live.5g.com. Then you log in, and then you can comment and ask questions. If you would like to ask a question, just write your comment in the chat part, and then click the box saying ask your question via moderator. And if the moderator of the panel will allow, we will have time also for questions. So let us begin. So this first discussion is starting now. Why 6G? Oh yes. Some people are asking why we're still talking about 5G. Everything is clear there. Let's talk about 6G, 7G, and so on. But why 6G? The European priorities, what are they? And the chairman of the board of 6GIA, Colin Wilcock, will be our moderator. Welcome. Oh, come on, wake up. Let's do this.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Maybe after that introduction, I should start by clarifying that it sounded almost like 5G was the history, and we can forget about that. And that's certainly not the case. So maybe to start this panel, which is a 6G panel, we should start by saying 5G is vitally important. And the 5G story isn't over. No one should be saying how well or how badly we've done in 5G, because we're still at the beginning of that story. The child has just started secondary school. Let's judge it when it's in the workplace and we're actually using it, okay? So, first point. And we're talking about a technology, 6G, which is at first potentially going to be 2030 be the first deployments. So we're talking about the future. It's interesting, but let's not misunderstand what is the technology of today and tomorrow, which is 5G. Good. Okay. Why are we having another panel on why 6G? Because we had a panel, I hosted a panel on why 6G last year. So either I did a very bad job last year on the panel, or there's something else going on here. And the issue here is, to be honest, it's still a question we haven't really answered. Now, again, this is a technology we're launching in 2030, so maybe it's not surprising we haven't got all the answers yet. Yeah. Someone was saying on a Twitter feed I was looking at that 6G is like Christmas. We know when it's coming, but we don't know what you're going to get. And I think that's probably true. You know, we're still sort of defining it. We're still sort of looking at it. And I hope that this panel will give us a chance of maybe having some different views of what we'll be getting for Christmas, what 6G will be. Now, unlike last year, we're trying to take a slightly different angle, which is also looking from a European view. So from a European view, what's important for Europe from 6G? It needs to be a global standard. I hope we all agree on that. If we don't, we're going to have some serious discussions. But even though it's a global standard, we need to make sure that that 6G global standard is fit for Europe. What does fit for Europe mean? And how can Europe be successful in 6G? So these are the sort of questions I hope in the next 47 minutes and 30 seconds that I can bring out. Okay, so we have a great panel, and maybe we can start by having the panel introduce themselves, because otherwise I'd have had to read all the stuff, and I'm a very busy person, so we won't be doing that. So Amina, maybe you'll be kind enough to start and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Colin. Hi, everyone. So I'm Amina Boubendir. I lead research and standardization within Airbus Defence and Space. I come from a telecom background, and I'm actively helping shaping the digitalization of the SATCOM industry. We, just to give also, if we think of Airbus, maybe most of you think of airplanes, but Airbus is a satellite industry player, vendor, integrator, and operator. And we have the connectivity as a backbone for every platform and service that we deliver. So 5 main pillars: the space pillar through satellite communications for civil, governmental, and military communications. And this includes Earth observation, and also exploration of space. Going into the aero connectivity, mainly for the military aircraft connectivity, but also civil aircraft connectivity provided by satellites. As a third pillar, we have the unmanned aerial systems. Everything drones unmanned that work in networks need, of course, a network. And in terms of public safety, everything in urban areas, but also in remote areas, relies strongly on communications for first responders. And last but not least, helicopters for mainly civil, mission-critical, but also military operations. All of them rely on strong connectivity from the satellite, but also from the ground. So we, as industry player, have these as main portfolio platforms. And of course, without connectivity, we cannot provide them. That's why we are actively working with partners in shaping 6G, as we did for 5G and previous generations, but also looking at how the satellite, or SATCOM mainly, satellite communications, can evolve with everything that is impacting it through digitalization, as I said, but also the integration with the mobile industry. So this is why it's really at the crossroads of our evolution, and we're happy to continue working with partners.
Super, thank you. So if there's anyone in the audience who wants to buy a plane or a satellite or a helicopter, do talk to her afterwards. I'm sure there'll be special deals for Tectoy, maybe? I don't know, some percentage or... Anyway, Jean, perhaps you'll be kind enough to introduce yourself.
Thank you for having me here. So I'm Jean Schworer, Jean in English. I'm with Orange, which as you might know is one of the large Europe operator, also quite present in Africa and Middle East. I work mainly in research and also a little bit in standardization, so 3GPP and GMN, and sometimes with this gentleman in the CGIA board. That's it. So to get back to what we intend with 6G, it's clear that what we call 6G, we might not know exactly what it will be, but it's something that will last for long, up to 2040, hopefully. So it's a long time, it's far away, I mean. It's not always easy to imagine what we will expect from our Christmas gift, especially so far away in time. What we are seeing from Orange perspective is that we need a 6G or next generation network that is sustainable in the sense that it has to last long. If it's not sustainable, it means that at a given time, it won't continue to, we won't be able to support it. So it has to be sustainable from the environmental perspective, it has to be sustainable from the societal perspective, so it has to be beneficial to the whole society, and it has, of course, to be economically sustainable. And the other very important point for our point of view is that this next generation network needs to be driven not just by technology, but also by value, because beyond technology, if there is no value that legitimates this technology, that make a use of it, that give a sense to it, then we might not need this technology. So value-driven 6G, sustainable 6G is really what we are hoping for Christmas. We need a future network to be able to deliver value to our customers, to the society, and to our global ecosystem, and we need it to do so in a sustainable way, if I try to be short.
Perfect, thank you, sir. Andreas.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everybody. So my name is Andreas Müller. Unlike Amina, unfortunately, cannot sell you any plane, but I have the best offer for you if you want a dishwasher or a fridge or a washing machine. So if you
with 6G?
With 6G, if you wait a couple of years more, maybe also with 6G. Yeah. No, I always have two hats. So my main role is in Bosch. That's why we have all these great products and many more. So in Bosch, I'm responsible for the 6G activities across different business units and sites. And the second hat is in 5G ACIA, so I'm still the general chair of the 5G Alliance for Connected Industries and Automation, where we are bringing or trying to bring the ecosystem together to make also still 5G in the industrial domain a major success. So why am I here? So we started looking into 6G at Bosch rather early for Bosch standards. You know, it's not so common that we look into such a new technology if it's not our core business and still 5 to 10 years away, or maybe even longer. But it's to some extent a learning from 5G. So I still remember, I think I was part of the very first 5G Techitory. I think it was in 2018. Some people here know much better, yeah, but and already at that time I was promoting 5G in the industrial domain. And to be honest, we were a bit overly optimistic. So overly optimistic regarding the timeline, how long it takes, and how easy it is to bring 5G in a factory, for example. I think we learned our part and many other stakeholders in the ecosystem as well, and I fully agree with Colin. So there's still work to be done also on the 5G side, and there's a big potential still for 5G manufacturing. But we also understand, it's different stages that are overlapping. So 5G is now about bringing it into reality, and 6G, of course, is the research phase. And we want to be part now of the 6G discussions from the very beginning to make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes, and not just ourselves, also other players in the ecosystem with 6G, that we understand what is coming up and what is the impact on our business, of course, but also then to really focus on those aspects where we are very confident that they provide value at reasonable cost. That's at the end of the day what matters, because as Bosch we bring in also the perspective of the vertical industries. So we are very strong in automotive, that's our core business. We are very strong in the industrial domain. We are in building automation and so on. So, and in all these areas, we see now many interesting aspects coming up with 6G, new features like integrated sensing and communication, non-terrestrial networks, digital twinning, AI. So all these topics are relevant for us even without 6G. So that's why we want to understand what is the 6G contribution to that. One big promise is convergence, right? So that we don't have to deploy and use and run several systems for different things, but it is one converged platform that then can serve as the central platform for the digital transformation, basically, of all these vertical industries. So that's, in a nutshell, the reason why I'm here. So
super, thank you, and thank you for making the sales option of dishwashers and washing machines for you. That's excellent. The panel is providing so many opportunities to buy things. I'm not sure if that's why you came here, but I think it's great. Mohan, what can you offer to sell? Oh no, sorry. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much for having me here. So my name is Mohan Dashush. I'm from the 3.5 Lab. So most probably no one knows who is the 3.5 Lab. But let me introduce the 3.5 Lab, which is a joint venture between Nokia, Thales, and CLAT. So it just had its 20th anniversary last 2 weeks ago, actually. In this lab, I am in charge of the strategy as the main actor in the 5G and future 6G. Nokia is one of them, so we are really working on this, let's say, on the chip design and the semiconductor area. So in this panel, I hope that I will have the opportunity to discuss more on the engine that will be constituting, let's say, the 6G equipment, the 5G equipment, and future 6G equipment, when it comes to some of the new use cases that require some innovations in the space of microelectronics and photonics. And for that, I will see it in the angle of sovereignty and also autonomy in the European ecosystem. So this is what the angle that I would like to discuss during this panel. So thank you.
Ouch. Okay, thank you, sir. I assume you can offer base stations if anyone's interested, but let's not go there. Augustin, maybe you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Agustin Diaz-Pinez in the unit of Future Connectivity Systems of the European Commission. Our unit and other units of related technologies are in charge of the promotion and development of future networks. Not only telecom networks, but also together working with other units on cloud, IoT, edge, and so forth. I can sell the Commission's white paper on digital infrastructure needs that was published in February, but I believe it has been sold in many markets already. We were responsible for the 5G action plan and the 5G PPP, and now we hold the Commission representation at the Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking, the public side, and here are some of the members of the private side. in charge of developing research and innovation in 6G in Europe and coordinating 5G deployments. And looking at this white paper, we were the pen holders of Pillar 1 and Pillar 3. The Pillar 1 is about what we call the 3 Cs, Connected Collaborative Computing Networks, where we analyze the challenge of the convergence and the compute continuum with other technologies, cloud and edge and telecoms, and the challenges Europe is facing because the traditional telecom networks are no longer that clear, and they are converging with other technologies, and there's a challenge for Europe to get these capacities and be able to develop these networks as well.
Thank you, sir. So an excellent and diverse panel, which is a good start. I would also like to thank all panelists for not wearing a tie and making me feel underdressed, so thank you. I'm glad we agreed on that. Before the panel, we went through a series of questions so that the panel will be prepared. So obviously what I'm now going to do is ask completely different questions to make them feel a bit edgy, so that's great. So maybe I can come to Jean first. You were saying that 6G needs to last a long time. Will 6G be the last G?
Who knows? Maybe. I don't know.
But is that what you were referring to? Or what exactly, when you say it needs to last a long time, what's the aspect there you're talking about?
What we can observe is that it seems that the move from 5G to 6G will be more like an evolution than a global total revolution. So, and we can say more or less similar things from 4G to 5G. We have improved the technology, but we haven't built something entirely new. No. So the technical basis stays the same. And if you continue this move, maybe at a given time we won't talk anymore about new G, but just continuous improvement of a basis until one day maybe we have a new idea and get something revolutionary. But even if we consider that by 2040, maybe 7G will come, even if we consider this option, it's at least in 2040, and we know that we won't switch off 6G when 7G arrives and so on, because we are right now just considering the option about, considering the option. We are now entering into the sunset of 2G. 2G, who was introduced in the 90s. So it seems to me that 2G has lasted 35 years, let's say, roughly. It's quite long. So when we build something, we know that it will last for a long time. It seems to me that with telecommunication markets, that's moving from something very smartphone-centric to much more diverse object terminals, from connected car to water meter and maybe many other more. We have terminals, objects that have a very different lifetime than the one of a smartphone. So this question of time, of giving a confidence in the sense that if you invest now in an equipment, a solution, it won't last 2 years, 5 years, even 10 years, but it will be compatible with the view of your business. It's quite important. So what we are doing now, what we will do for 6G, will probably last a long time, I would say. I don't know how many times, but clearly it will last a long time, whatever happens after 6G.
Okay. I mean, in some ways, maybe if we're talking about 2040 plus, it's not our problem anyway, so I mean... No. Good. Then let's go back to some of the plan questions. I wanted to start actually looking backwards in a way. So I said earlier that we are by no means at the end of the 5G story. We're sort of maybe in the middle or something like that. But have we seen enough of the 5G story to actually learn some critical things as we look forward to 6G and start 6G standardization? So what can we learn from the 5G experience that we need to do better or different in the 6G era? Who fancies starting here? You were shrugging. I'll take that as a yes. Go for it.
I was listening to you. Go on. Okay, so if we can go back a little bit, it is, and I will join Jean for this. Jean, can hardly call you Jean. It is absolutely a series of convergence of technologies.
Yep.
Like, maybe not when we look at the mobile alone, but since 5G, and the convergence with the IT that was more visible in 5G, so the cloud-based infrastructures, everything service-based, everything software-oriented, virtualization as an enabler for 5G deployments, fast deployments, so scaling, etc. Then move into, and maybe more the application layer, the convergence between the telecom applications, business applications, and mass market applications with the OTT applications that probably got a wider share in the market, in the use. Then actually each time we're keeping, every time there is a convergence, we're keeping the new set and building on it. And so if I take it now from the satellite perspective, satellite industry perspective, we need somehow, there is clearly the convergence, we're talking about the 5G NTN, or terrestrial and non-terrestrial. There is clearly another wave of convergence. We're all actively working on it together. But somehow the satellite industry is also behind in terms of digital transformation. So everything has been, as was the telecom industry, has been more vendor-specific, hardware-oriented. I mean, everything is still actually quite developed and implemented in hardware-specific ways. So we need to catch up on the digitalization wave, or virtualization, and everything software-oriented in terms of network evolution, plus this convergence that is already very difficult and complex. This is the way. So if we want to look a little bit at how the convergence is building. But what we can learn also from 5G is that we, as maybe experts or research community, standardization community, the technical community was somehow ready to give it, because we developed, we already thought of the design and ways of implementing, but maybe the speed of development is higher than the speed of adoption. And the industry, even though we thought 5G as, okay, a plus G in terms of, for the mass market, but a new tool for many sectors, many verticals, and we came up with excellent use cases in different collaborations in R&D. When it comes to real life, many of them are still stuck in their legacy processes, because they talk about processes and not applications, as we call them in the telecom community. So that's how we can balance the speed of development compared to the adoption. The absorption speed is definitely low compared to what we can produce as experts community. This is one thing. So how we can probably use 6G to continue raise the awareness about how 5G or the technologies that we thought of in 5G++ can be still helpful and can help them develop or optimize their own business with their own clients. But also the value. I think now it's everyone, I think in this event, many of you know already the KPIs. KPIs didn't exist in 5G. We didn't talk about KPIs in 6G. Yep. So how everything we're pushing for new technology, we have a common driver, or at least a driver that is common to multiple players. And I see you, Colin, wearing the UN SDGs pins. So I think a common denominator is the UN SDGs. I really believe in that. So, and in space again, we have the space for SDGs. So they have been derived into what this or how space can help reach the UN SDGs. Maybe it's not obvious, but actually, or in this opportunity or in later opportunity, there are very obvious ways. The one can be the closing the digital divide in terms of coverage. Yep. So the convergence and the extension of coverage, TN and NTN, is obviously one of them, and how we can bring this to the wider users, keeping in mind the differences in terms of adoption, regional adoption globally. So, yeah. No.
Okay. Thank you. Other people who wish to comment on that? Oh, excellent. This is what we want. Andres, you're closer to me, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think one key learning from 5G is that build it and they'll become does not work for vertical industries, right? So this was the way somehow it was in the past. We always built a new generation. At the beginning, at least from my perspective, people also did not really know, why do I need more than 2 megabits per second, right? Or what is the killer use case for 4G? We didn't really know in advance, but it has been built and somehow it evolved and became a success. And with 5G, it's a little bit different. Of course, on the one hand, it's certainly a success to some extent in the consumer domain, right? I mean, most of you probably have a 5G, hopefully have a 5G capable smartphone and 5G network here and so on. But of course, this is not where the extra business is, right? So it's the growth potential, maybe Jean can tell better, but for the established industry is limited in the consumer space. It's still important, but limited, and the main promise of 5G, of course, was the vertical industries. And here I think the learning is also we need this close collaboration, and we made quite some progress. We have organizations like 5G SRA, 5G AA, we have all the SNS projects bringing stakeholders together. We didn't have this at the very beginning of 5G, right? And that's one of the reasons why also for Bosch it's now very important to be part of 6G from the very beginning so that we don't run into the same problem again. And then there are different, a vertical, which is often enterprise business, is different from the consumer business. It's not B2C, it's B2B. And this has technical implications, and 5G, for example, does not solve any problem per se. It's always a building block that can be used together with other building blocks to solve real problems. And it's important to understand the real problem and to also look what are the alternatives, because usually 5G is not the only solution that can fix it, right? And this holistic understanding and so on, so that has been missing in the past. It's something where we have improved a lot and it's getting better. But it's then also the timelines, so the life cycles, right? So we buy a new smartphone every 2 years, maybe some of us even more often. But you don't buy a new robot in a factory every 2 years, right? You use it for 10 years. And you don't rebuild your production line just because 5G is available, because it's, depending on what you're producing, if you're a car manufacturer, right, it's a big thing. It's a lot of investment to change the production line. So these life cycles and timelines are a challenge. It's also you're talking to enterprises. So if Orange, for example, wants to sell services to factory owners, right, it's not you have a shop somewhere in the city center and people come to you and buy it. You need also the organizational setup to be able to offer this. It's more project business. You have, really people who understand something of the domain and then who really look at these problems in a holistic manner. And also this is something that needs time to establish. So some operators, for example, have had this for a long time already. Others are building it up. Also this is getting better and developing. But another reason why it takes time. And then a big concern or observation that we also see, right, is that there's simply a gap between the vision, which is great, right? We still like the 5G vision. And then there's a gap between vision and what is in the standard. But that's acceptable, I think, that gap. But then between the standard and what has been implemented. And that's one of the main challenges as well. So only a fraction of what has been standardized is in the chipsets, for example, in the infrastructure components and so on. That means we have 5G, but we do not have exactly 5G as it has been also promised to the verticals at the very beginning. But of course, it's not that, people do this on purpose or so. At the end of the day, it all boils down to the question, do we have a sufficient understanding of the value add of what is being offered and done and the costs for it? And that needs to be a reasonable ratio. And obviously with 5G, for the time being, it was not a sufficient return on invest for all the stakeholders along the value chain. For some, yes, but others not. Yeah. And also this is a key learning, right? And we really have to do this better with 6G. We see that it's getting better in some parts, but we also see that in other parts we have to be careful that we are not doing the same mistakes again as we have done with 5G to make sure really 6G becomes then a major success from the very beginning. But still want to emphasize again, also 5G hopefully will still become the big success that we have anticipated a long time ago. It takes a bit longer, but we see, for example, in manufacturing where I'm deeply involved in, right? So it's taking up. There are more and more factories being equipped with 5G networks, more and more private networks being deployed, but it takes much more time than originally expected.
Mohan.
Very short. I think the general observation is that as 5G continues to scale, it will require, I believe, a better network performance. And to relate that and to illustrate it, let me just bring to you a story. You know, this summer we had the fantastic Olympic Games in France, so it was really very, very cool, and many people followed that event in summertime. So in the end user perspective, what we saw, it's a personal observation, and it was related also in the press, is that the people that had the chance to attend the event in the stadium, so they were looking to the games really in live, and then as there was some different competition running in parallel in other sites, they were following those on their mobile phone. So the experience is that when you do it with such thousands of people following those games, so the network had some challenges. And we saw some saturation at some level, and I think that Orange France has brought that observation also to the people that I believe, and we believe that we need to have like a sort of investment on those network upgrade while keeping some monetization aspect in order to have some return in investment. So to make the transition to 6G, I would assume that 6G will not only be a software upgrade of 5G network, so it should be something different.
Okay. So
thank you. If we consider 5G at the time of requirement, it was extremely ambitious. Yeah. When we consider what we wrote in the paper, 1 milliseconds latency, and so on, it was extremely ambitious. And if you take what we get at the end, technically speaking, if you deploy it accordingly to the way it has been synced and so on, each browser delivers that. The thing is, on a practical perspective, it's really complicated to do so. And at the end, what value did we get from the ability to deliver 1 millisecond latency, for example? I'm afraid not that much, because it concerns only very specific use cases that are not that widely deployed. It requires very specific deployments that are their own cost and so on. So the mistake maybe was to focus mostly on the technical performances without the vision of what value, what benefit, not only money, but global benefit will we get from being able to achieve these performances, and what does it cost to do so? Because of course, nothing came for free. This is really the thing that I think we need to improve in the way we will define 6G requirements. I mean, I was speaking about KVI. It's a way to include this notion of value. What does it cost? What does it bring? What benefit do we get from this approach? And it might also be a nice way to avoid what you were saying, Andreas, about having many features specified in a standard, just a part of them being implemented in real life because maybe there is a market need for this feature, but not for this one. If at the standardization time there is a vision of what to bring value, enough value to justify the investments of specifying, designing, implementing this feature, maybe we might get a simpler standard, but an implementation ratio that is a bit higher than the one we have get from 5G, and I'm sure this can also bring more confidence to the ecosystem that a solution that will exist for real. So at the end, it seems to me that everyone will benefit from a more value-driven approach of what we expect from 6G. The difficulty being that it's, as we said, quite difficult to know exactly what we will need several years, tens of years ahead. So that's why the flexibility aspect, the evolutivity of next generation networks is very important. We need that 6G won't be a fixed design, and we won't keep it like that for 10 years. We haven't done that for 5G, as we've said, from 5G from 2020 to 5G Advanced, Advanced Plus, and so on. There is a huge evolution inside a G, and this will continue, but we clearly need to have the highest possible level of flexibility to adapt to rising needs, to adapt to the fact that, well, yeah, we are not able right now to predict exactly what we will need in in several years ago. And this go with, probably a more more software-based implementation of network function based on cloud and microservices, not only to develop new function, but to better scale with load, adapt to the needs at a given time, in a given place. And at the end, if our ecosystem is able to deliver not just the connectivity, but the whole services that someone needs at the place and at the time he needs it, and deliver just that, not less but not more, it means that we are able to clearly reduce over-provisioning, we are clearly able to reduce over-engineering. At the end, it will be a more efficient system in terms of ability to deliver what people need, but also energy consumption, resource requirements. It will go into the direction of a more, let's say, on-demand services rather than the best effort approach that has made its proof until now, but that we have seen it also is costly, requires more resources, more energy, has a larger impact than something flexible enough to adapt to the actual need at the actual time. So I would say that, yeah, if we need to highlight what mistake we might have, mistake, maybe it's a big word, but what we can improve is focus on value and bring flexibility to be able to deliver that value when and where we need it. So that would be, I think it can extend also to several of the examples you have given previously.
Good, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did you wish to make a comment to this, or?
Yes, before we transition to 6G in the 6G panel, just a comment on 5G. I don't think we're even in the middle of the journey in 5G. So
yes.
it's not. I mean, despite what our indicators show that 90% of the population is covered by 5G in Europe, well, you need to deploy a standalone, you need to deploy the spectrum, you need to deploy the capabilities of 5G, and that hasn't happened to a large extent so far. I mean, from a public policy perspective, what we could do better is to put the right policies in place, and that was clearly not the case in 5G, for example, for spectrum, to have a quick allocation of spectrum for, hopefully, for 6G.
Absolutely.
That and others, like reducing barriers to deployment. I think from the public policy perspective, some of the policies needed there, and we take the blame to the member states, were not there at the time when it had to be for 5G. On the pace of deployment of 6G, and whether it will be up to 2040 or so forth, I mean, we need to be careful here. If we take too long, maybe others will develop 5G, 6G for us. So there's an opportunity cost there that we need to take into account.
Thank you, sir. I had lots of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. What I'd like to do is maybe open it up to the audience to see if there's any questions from the audience, because I think the organisers aren't expecting me to do that, so it's always good to keep them on their toes. Would there be any questions from the audience here, physical?
Hello, there is one question.
Perhaps you could introduce yourself, sir, first,
I am
so we know who to blame. So we know who you are.
Representing Telia Estonia, so
Hi.
operator.
Right.
And I want to ask about very practical question. You not touched very much money. If we say about 5G, then we can say so that it's like last Christmas, we still waiting gifts from that. And now my question actually is about 6G. Where is the money for operators with 6G? What's the extra we can earn if we invest into 6G?
Very good question. I mean, clearly, these networks aren't very cheap. They cost billions, and so does the spectrum. So at least in the current model, where it's purely commercial, and we could question the model, but at least in the current model where it's commercial, there has to be a market reason, there needs to be a return on investment. Right, how are we going to do it with 6G? Who fancies answering this? Everyone, you're shaking your head.
I'm not sure I can answer, but at least what we can see in some reports from GSMA or from so GSMA is maybe the best organization that would represent operators, and I'll join Augustin on this. It's still not done. We're not done with 5G developments and 5G commercialization. So, but the numbers, what we hear from operators and the 5G, the sectors that were waiting for 5G and have invested in 5G, that the ROE is not there yet. I hope that it's not there yet, but it's also because, and that's maybe the eye expert, is that we thought 5G as a very complex system, and because of the complexity and all the software drivers that came with it, it removed some of the share to the legacy telecom market to give it to also hyperscalers. It's like we were definitely dependent on hyperscalers for 5G because everything is cloud-based. So the change in the value chain plus the change in the business models, because we want to target more B2B and they are not ready, and we have already invested, and the vendors change their way of building networks, and operators are changing the way they expose network services. It's probably makes it give many transformation or many new paradigms that maybe we still don't master very well. So that's the eye expert, as I said, but I have no idea about the numbers and how much we were really expecting from the market. But just looking at the reports, it's definitely the business is not there yet. Let's hope 6G can bring the simplification of 5G. Because we're talking about sobriety, but also sovereignty, not letting anybody else develop 6G for us. Maybe standards can help lower these costs in terms of design, deployment, and operation.
Yeah.
So when we look at the operators and the engineers in the field, they say, give us the simplest possible. Where in R&D, where we have great minds, we want to build the most complex machines.
Yes,
engineers,
indeed,
yeah.
Indeed. Thank you. Anyone else wish to chip in on this, or Andreas?
Yeah,
Reminding.
I see the
Yeah.
but I don't care.
Well, that's fine.
So, but I mean, if you're honest, what is 6G? 6G is a marketing label, right? And we put 6G there because 10 years are over and we need a new G somehow. That's how the ecosystem is working, how it was in the past. In the past, maybe it was a bit better justified because we had these main technology changes from analog to digital to wideband, and so on, right? With 4G to 5G, it's already, well, some things are new, maybe not fundamentally new, and with 6G maybe will be even less, or some developments that we see for 6G already are part of 5G advanced now, like integrated sensing, communication, zero energy devices, ambient IoT, and so on. So that's why I would not phrase the question, what is the value of 6G at the end, but what is the value of the further evolution of mobile technology? And from my perspective, it clearly is the vertical industries where the potential should be. Personally, maybe I'm not a power user, right? But I don't notice whether I'm running on a 4G network or a 5G network. A good 4G network is for me just as good as a 5G network. Maybe for an operator it makes a difference, right? If you can lower your costs and so on. So that's something that I also notice. But it's maybe not really something that is worth then billions of euros of investments, right? So that's the vertical. Certainly you have to play an important role. Maybe many things will then happen in private networks, right? So once manufacturing really takes off, ports, mining, all these areas, so there's a lot of value to be unlocked. We just have to do it right and to really focus now on the things that provide significant value add. But what I mentioned in my initial statement, I really see 6G has the potential to become this universal platform for the digital transformation. And it's then maybe not necessarily doing things that we cannot do otherwise, right? I mean, we have edge computing, we have AI, we have digital twins, we can all do these things today. But if we have a standardized platform that integrates all these building blocks, that is globally available, so then it's getting interesting, right? So then as an user, and now considering Bosch as somebody maybe providing use cases based on such a platform, then I don't have to realize everything over the top. I can use services that are there. I can use the 6G network as a trust platform to provide trust between also different users connected to the system and so on. And especially then for use cases in connected mobility and things like this, right? So this has a lot of potential. It's just important that it's a good value for the cost. So we should not just look at what are the cool features and then it's super expensive and not consumable, but always the ratio matters. And as Jean also mentioned again, right, maybe less is more. So we should not now standardize all the options that we can think of. I mean, to be honest, that's the thing where I think it's not, the learnings have not been so high yet, because that's what now is happening in FICH-BP. So we are standardizing all options for integrated sensing and communication and so on, without having fully understood what makes sense and what not. The problem is this makes the standard complex. It requires also, this causes costs, right, for the patents, for the people doing the work and so on. So that's why less is more, focus really on the key aspects that provide value, integrate them in a single platform that is globally available, and then I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of potential, especially for the vertical industries.
Thank you, sir. Do go ahead and answer that, because we're all desperate to know who that is calling. Unfortunately, we've got 5 minutes left, so I want to have a last question to all the panelists, which hopefully they haven't heard, so it will surprise them. So if you could give me at most 1 minute, and the question is this. It's actually a question which I've stolen from a panel I was in last week in Boston, so in New York, I'm afraid. So I thought it was a very good question, and I'd like to try and use this. So what is the most urgent area we need to address before we start 6G standardization? I thought this was a really good question, and I struggled with it last week, so I thought I'd let other people, now being a moderator, I can let other people suffer, so I like this. So, Augustine, perhaps you can have the pleasure of answering this. So what do we really need to address before we start standardization?
I think we need to, perhaps the most urgent issue is to identify, and I think Avina and Jean also addressed that, these key values in indicators for standardizing, and to have a consensus where Europe's view is well taken into account, to show what is the value there, and that's it's much beyond the business model, or that's part of the value, I guess. But to show what is the value, and to have a common agreement on that, so that sustainability, privacy, security are factored in there, and there is a common agreement and a strong presence of Europe in that agreement. So I think that's the most important and perhaps the most urgent thing.
Thank you, sir. Mohan.
I think one additional aspect is that the research in Europe on that perspective is very, very important. We saw it with the flagship program EXA-X, where we defined the key values for 6G. I think with all industrial and academia around the table, it was possible to define some of the key technologies for 6G. When it comes now to the challenges, because standardization comes also with what standard, what type of challenges we need to have, I guess that we have some early question. One first observation that we see is that people are mentioning today that we will need to make, not to make the same mistake as for 5G. So we need to reuse the same network infrastructure as 5G while changing the spectrum, because we are going to adapt the spectrum. When we will adapt the spectrum, so today we are speaking about the upper mid-band, it will come with some challenges. So we heard about dividing by half the power consumption in 6G networks, so this is a challenge. We need to multiply by 10, a factor of 10, the peak capacity of the network. So this comes with some engine inside, and we need to leverage some of the key drivers to attain this objective when it comes to the chips, to the equipment, and also the use cases.
Thank you, sir. Andreas, shortly.
Yeah, not much to add. I think it has been said before, right? So we have to understand which problems do we really want to solve. Is it really a problem? Right? How much does it cost? Is there willingness to pay? Does this all fit together? And if yes, then do it, and otherwise not do it. Yeah, as simple as that.
Perfect. So,
I just had the sustainability impact in that, and I'm pretty sure that, for example, the Sustain 6G project that has been announced yesterday will clearly help to progress on that. We are not more or less able to evaluate the footprint of a technology, more or less, but being able to evaluate also the benefit it gives, the handprint is pretty important, and that's something that the Sustain 6G, I hope, will help for.
Yeah,
And,
I hope the same. Let's try and make sure it does.
Perfect.
Last word to you, madam.
I would say reconfirm the priorities, because we have different initiatives where we are deciding and sharing the priorities from different perspectives, industry, public party. 6GIA is a very good forum for that.
Thank you.
Doing great work, 6GIA. So
I appreciate the advert. Please continue.
I would say the sustainability, the sovereignty came up at different discussions.
Right.
And there was a panel this morning on the forces, how we can help them drive their priorities. It's not just the industrial or the public party, but also the policymakers, the end users. And by confirming the values that we want to target, we can also confirm the priorities. And I really think the sovereignty aspect is a key for that, because connectivity is not just another tool or a separate tool. It's really a backbone for sovereignty. We see the world we're living in. So.
Super. I think that's a great place to leave it. And thank you very much for quietly sitting there and taking part. I hope it's been interesting, and thank you to the panel. Wonderful input, very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
And thank you to our moderator, Colin Wilcock. Thank you. Yes, Stephanie asked the question, what are the failures of 5G in order to push to 6G? But as we've heard, 6G is just an opportunity to do better 5G in a different way. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are having our next panel in some 7 minutes. That will be 6G resetting the mobile industry structure, on how exactly we will do it. So let's meet at 11:30 here. But before that, please go to Slido. We need to know your opinion. Please use the opportunity. Evaluate this session. Please scan the QR code, answer 2 questions. We need your view on this so we can do better. The QR code right now on the screen, it will take like half a minute or maybe 15 seconds. Push the button, and thank you very much. And let's meet in 7 minutes. ready to also deliver on it, not only on stage, but also in the comment section on our platform. Please take your seats or be ready to kick off. 1 minute. Our moderator will be Dean Bubley, Director of Disruptive Analysis. Very useful for this discussion. So Dean, let's kick off with the question we finished with the previous panel. And Stephanie was asking, like, what are the failures of 5G in order to push to 6G? And Augustine already covered a little bit of that. And there was also one quote coming from Zhao. Zhao says, quoting previous panelists, 6G is a marketing label. So maybe we can kick off from these views and on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, that's quite a good lead-in. As well as running my own advisory company, Disruptive Analysis, I'm also one of the co-conveners of a new initiative called 6G Reset. And actually, what this really is about is, and this whole panel is looking about whether we change the industry structure of the wireless and mobile industry, whether that's going to happen anyway, whether we perhaps need to reclaim the Gs and who owns and defines what they are, and what they're supposed to do. And I think what we're going to cover on this panel is really sort of look for some elephants in the room and think about what are our assumptions about the way that we create wireless standards, about wireless business models, about wireless policy. And how does that translate to what 6G becomes? And do we have to sort of think the industry is a different shape? We've heard this morning about use of 5G in defense. We are very aware of other investors in not just mobile networks, but in fiber networks across Europe, whether that's private equity, whether it's utility companies, hyperscalers and others. So we might broaden our definition of 6G. And hopefully that's something we can touch on in this panel of sort of what do we do about the industry structure. And as part of that, I think we'll also touch on sort of what can we do better than we did 10 years ago with 5G. But I'd like to introduce, actually I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to be lazy and let my panel introduce themselves. And so I'm going to start at the far end with Maria Guter from the European Space Agency. Maria.
So good morning. Thank you very much for hosting me here. So yes, I come from the European Space Agency and specifically the Connectivity and Secure Communications, so Telecommunications Directorate, where I work for the Non-Terrestrial Networks Office. We started more than 10 years ago and established what we call Strategic Program Line for 5G, 6G, in order to support our industry into the integration with the mobile telecommunications networks. And as you know, satellite communications is old enough, I mean, early 60s, right? But until now, they served telephony, they served video services with DVB standardized solutions. But in 2022, with the efforts of our European member states actually leading this in 3GPP, satellites became part of what is called non-terrestrial networks. So everything that is not on the Earth becomes non-terrestrial networks at different layers, including UAVs and high-altitude platforms. So now satellites are part of what is called 5G Advanced. And actually the benefit of all this effort and what our industry is transforming into is the benefit of networks interoperability, so use of common user equipment and being part of a totally unified, integrated telecommunications network. And this is also the objective towards 6G.
Thank you, thank you. And Sonia, I'm sure we'll talk about one of the goals of 6G, however we define it, and also perhaps one of the problems of 5G is around universal connectivity. Right. And do we have it everywhere? And we'll park that for a second and we'll come back to that theme. Next, Louise Lancaster from DCIT.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Louise Lancaster. I'm Head of Wireless Infrastructure Strategy in the UK's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology.
All right, thank you. And your involvement so far with 6G has, could you maybe give a...
We published a wireless infrastructure strategy in 2023, looking at how we can realize the benefits of 5G, but that also included a 6G strategy, which set out our vision for 6G, which preceded the ITU's IMT 2030 document, and set out the sort of the pillars of achieving that strategy.
Great, thank you. Actually, I'm going to ask the audience a quick question, a show of hands. Who here has seen the ITU's 6G or IMT 2030 wheel diagram? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's about half the people. Okay, so it's probably going to be worth at least someone sort of giving a bit of background to that, but we'll come back to that. Essentially, it's setting what the ITU, International Telecoms Union, wants 6G to do or offer, but we'll come back to it. Next up, Robert.
Okay, hello. I'm Robert Maurik. I'm the chair of the Irish regulator, Comreg, and I'm also very active in BEREC, the group of European regulators, and next year I'll be their chair.
Excellent. And yeah, you were on the main panel yesterday morning as well, or your keynote with some interesting commentary. But
exactly.
So in terms of 6G, what's been your input so far? Where does it land in your current roles?
I think as regulators we are more observers than actors in the process. It's industry that comes up with the next version of mobile technology, but we're very keen observers, and we're of course keen to see that it contributes to the welfare of our countries, and finally, and that's perhaps also another reason that we don't repeat some of the mistakes that we've seen made in the transition from one technology to the other. I have some remarks about that.
Excellent, right. Yeah, there's definitely, this word mistake has been floating around the stage for 6G. And it's interesting because there's a certain amount of sort of confession that I've noticed at conferences recently on that, about not everything going to plan. One thing we might come back to later is the slightly different role of policy and regulation, because I know people who are not in the sort of government domain often conflate the two, but we'll come back to that again later. Last panelist is Uwe. So Uwe, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
So yeah, hello, my name is Uwe Beder from Roda & Schwarz. We are a test and measurement company, and personally I've been active in many years of 3GPP standardization, now still active in ITU, where I have been working in the group that was defining the framework for IMT 2030. From our company, we are actually mostly at the forefront when it comes to technology, because we see us as an enabler with our equipment. So we usually look into the very early tendencies, what comes up in terms of either frequency but also technology, when we look into AI usage, even on the physical layers. They're very integrated into the communication system itself. So that is why we look into this forefront of the things that we connect with 6G.
Excellent. Right. So I want to come back to the question which we got introduced with, which is the sort of are 5G and 6G just sort of brands? Yeah, and actually the real technology definition, does it come from ITU, the International Telecoms Union, who set up what they call IMT 2020, now 2030 for 6G? Yeah, and the 6G is this sort of nice fluffy marketing term. Do we go with that? Do we take everything that ITU says in its diagram of what the next generation of wireless should do? Do we buy into all of the aspects of that, or do we pick and choose? You know, is 6G a thing? Is IMT 2030 a thing? Who wants to take a view on that? Louise.
I think perhaps the branding is unfortunate, because what we tend to forget is the standards. So 5G isn't one standard; it's a series of standards releases over a period of a decade. And so when people here have suggested that 5G is a failure, I mean we're still more or less halfway through the decade of 5G. So it may well be that it's not a failure, it's just that its time hasn't yet come. We're only just getting to the 5G advanced stage, and those products are only just coming to market. So it is still very early days. And the trouble is the hype curve gets ahead of the development. And we saw that in 5G. And sadly, I mean, we're already seeing it in 6G, even though it's not even barely even on the drawing board. So I think to that extent, the branding can be a bit unhelpful.
Okay. Go.
Maybe I can jump on this. Yes, generations, usually we try to gather things that we can put a label on. So that is usually what we have done with 3G, 4G, and 5G, and so on. However, in the standardization and in the development, it's actually more a continuous process. So when it came to 3G, even 3G in the beginning was not fulfilling even what ITU was doing, and ITU was always good on these diagrams. We had the Venn diagram in 3G, we had the triangle, and so on. But that is where we basically, or 3GPP invented the HSDPA, HSUPE series that actually took the promise into the technology that 3G was defined. For 4G, actually, it was also a good coincidence that we came up with a total new way how end customer devices were operated from the normal phone. So I consider 4G as mainly connected with the smartphones. So usually we also had then so to say, a complete new way how to use the higher data rate that we got with LTE 4G. If you want to put a label, not technology-wise, for 5G, I think with 5G, at least the standardization and the ecosystem was trying to invite more verticals into this market that was already successful. So all in all, the mobile communication is a very successful market. We should not forget about that. And so now with the verticals, that was a whole new era. And probably it's even still in an ongoing phase where we can see that this market is growing. It is growing, but maybe the timeline was is a little bit different to what has been expected. So we were thinking we will switch on an ecosystem and jumping on the mobile ecosystem, but have it for all verticals. And I believe that has not fully worked out. Because if you look at now from a little bit of a distance, then you can see, yes, these markets were smaller and actually had higher expectations in the technology.
Thank you. Maria, was just talking about looking at stuff from a distance. Well, looking at 5G from orbit, what does it look like to you? Is it what was it overpromised? You've come in at sort of on the non-terrestrial in sort of release 17 of 5G. Have you sort of looked around you and seen the rest of the landscape is what you expected, or is it fragmented, or?
Okay, so to start with, in the satellite sector, there are other convergences. For sure, the use of cloud computing is computing, so the softwareization of the whole space segment and ground segment, which revolutionize the whole processes. So you can imagine that a lot of companies they have been early adopters and others that they didn't adopt so quickly. But at this stage, we can say that everybody tries and have already draft roadmaps how they evolve their products into including also 3GPP technology. Now, the satellite, one thing is that we entered into 5G advanced, and as we see also all these enhancements of the capabilities of the features that are needed on the NTN system, is that it will be a continuum between 5G advanced and 6G in more evolutionary way rather than revolutionary way. And there are features that will be included in the releases, but also other features that are needed, and they may not be in the 3GPP, but from other standards, right? Because we are open also to industrial fora or ETSI or IETF that are needed as standards to make it that happen. Now, the satellite market is, apart the video services for direct to home, which are consumer services, all the others are more B2B, like services for verticals. So we are confronted from day zero, we started with NTN design, etc., to discuss with verticals. And there, you cannot impose in an industry sector that works with certain technology and it is operational, so offer services and products, impose from day one to day after to adopt another technology or other processes. So there you're confronted with a smooth transition. And well, it is obvious why several also satellite-affine verticals, name it media or maritime, transportation in general, they are very interested into adopting solutions that are unified services, but also less expensive. So, but there are also different satellite advanced enhancements that come through the mega constellations or small satellites with lower cost and lowering the cost of launching. So there are also other technologies, auxiliary technologies that push into this innovation in NTN. So briefly, we have to support the verticals also that we have to serve, but we have the attitude to develop the projects with them. It's just we don't design. Its network is designed in a way to serve them. So yeah.
Excellent.
We have this.
I get it, and we'll come back to the verticals and their role in investment in a second. Robert, you had a comment you wanted to make there.
Oh well, I wanted to go back to the remark that were made earlier about 5G being a marketing term, and how that plays. The development of mobile systems is a continuum. There are continuous releases and upgrades and things, but at one stage that label is put on it, and that is a marketing element in a sense. And what we've seen happening a few times now, that label gets launched and put onto something quite early on. Yeah. But people have heard about all those fantastic things that over the lifetime of that technology is going to be launched. So they're expecting that from day one.
Day one, yeah.
And then it is a huge disappointment for consumers. But at the same time, the other way around, as policymakers, we get bombarded from the word go about the world is going under if you don't invest in 5G. This is the enabling technology for trillions of economic value, and you get that whole hype circle also the other way around.
It's self-serving. But one of the things that on that topic of economic increases, ecosystem profitability. We heard yesterday about investment. Realistically, we want to have investment from as many sources as we can. Should we be designing 6G to be MNO primary, mobile operator primary? There's a question from the floor in the previous session of how can MNOs make money? But should we be broadening the 6G universe to include satellite companies, utility companies who are building networks, tower companies, private equity, could be cloud and hyperscalers, governments, we've heard about defense and military, but also in some countries, municipal networks as well. So should we be sort of designing 6G for all of those, essentially democratizing it? Or should we be saying, well, actually, the main chunk of money is going to come from MNOs, so we should start with GSM membership and work and add others on later?
Well, I don't have a strong opinion about that. I think the technology should go wherever their demand is and wherever that technology takes it in many ways, where there are clear opportunities, and MNOs are one opportunity. But what we've seen over the last few years is that MNOs are having to invest in networks, but are not really getting much bang for their buck. And if you listen to the mobile industry at the moment, they are saying, well, if 6G is going to be like 5G, then I'm giving it a pass. Now, we're still 5-6 years away, at least. So I would take that with a grain of salt. But at the same time, what I find far more egregious is forcing the industry to invest through those marketing tactics when it isn't necessarily the right time to do so. And if there are other users of that technology, great, let that thousand flowers bloom. But I wouldn't want to force an industry to invest in something too early or when there isn't the demand yet.
So, I mean, actually, unlike the last panel, you're the only person who's actually got something to sell on the panel, so presumably you'd prefer a bigger audience than a smaller one.
What you said, if we should broaden up this for 6G, I think that is what I said has already happened for 5G, right? So we invited in 5G a lot of verticals, and a lot of their requirements have been incorporated in the standard. So the question, and we heard earlier, I think it was on a panel that probably what you see in the shelf is 20% what's on the paper in the standard for 5G. And of course we can put that all in, but I think the market will decide what goes into the product. And why should I, for example, implement a 1 millisecond latency technology in mobile phones that are mainly used for mobile broadband, where probably I don't get this and need this in the network, because this millisecond latency was designed mainly for industrial applications. So we need to be honest, what is a mainstream and what goes into the broad ecosystem that we all see when we talk about the mobile industry and these G standards. But I mean, when you look URLLC, so this low latency and high reliability, it's in the standard. But at the moment, the market has not decided to bring up products for it.
So does that suggest that the way that I mean, that's a staggering number, that 20% of what's been standardized has actually been implemented. Yeah, I mean, that's amazingly low. It essentially suggests that 80% of the work at 3GPP is on the shelf. Do we need to structure the development of this, whether it's through 3GPP or other bodies, to mean that we've got a core, which actually gets done, but we make it easy and relatively inexpensive to do the sort of extras if companies want to do that? Is there a way of organizing whether it's the standards or the industry to make that modularity?
I think to get the benefits of innovation, you normally need a bit of disruption and competition in the market. And to your point about the verticals, what we haven't really seen is the sales channel for those verticals, and the existing players that you're talking about aren't or weren't geared up to serve that market. And so there's a lag between, so it's not that the work of the 3GPP was pointless, and yes, it's sitting on the shelf. The market and the sales channels of the market and the product development and the marketeers need to catch up and need to figure out, and that might be new players need to come in. And you also might need to address some of the points of friction, for example, around access to spectrum, and just make the whole thing a bit easier.
I mean, I'm wondering if the sort of concept of modularity and APIs and sort of deconstructing it, I mean, you can actually do this bit on its own without that bit and this bit coming with it. Because whenever I talk to people about 5G, they're very, very insistent that it's not 5G radio, it's 5G system. You know, it's this whole machinery. And it seems to be very difficult to pick out bits and pieces of that.
So we are seeing some new players in the market and some areas of the market where there is early adoption. Interestingly, broadcasting being one of them, you know, in that private 5G space. So again, it's early days, and I think it will develop and flourish, but it will need and it will flow from those new innovators.
Great, thanks. Thank you. Maria, I'll come to you on that, because it seems to me that the satellite industry is actually almost viewing the 5G standards almost as like commercial off the shelf. And you go, oh, we'll have that. That looks you. Oh, thanks for inventing this. Yeah, we'll borrow your core. What's the satellite industry's attitude to is it the whole thing, or is it you're picking and choosing?
No, okay, so the attitude, and at least what we have accepted as a good attitude towards the telecommunication community is to start with interfaces that are already defined and try to understand how these have to be adopted or have to be enhanced, if anything, but not really redesign everything. Now, towards 6G, there is more flexibility and some margin to perhaps define something new. But we start from what is already there. For example, to go back to the discussion about with whom, I mean, from satellite point of view, we want and need to make business with MNOs, because these are the stakeholders that offer services. So they have a huge experience, and this has to be considered. But also the private networks, because a lot of verticals and use cases for verticals necessitate private networks, either private networks or private slices through MNOs. It's not a problem. But the thing is that really we need to sit down all together before we do anything. So this motto we were discussing at least until last year, co-creation and collaboration. Co-creation and collaboration in a more continuous development and implementation mode. One lesson for the NTN or the satellite sector is not wait to have something fully defined product to TRL level 8 or 10 before you launch. You need to go to earlier versions, and therefore, at least from ESA side, we push for in-orbit experimentation very fast. Almost, in some way, we already launching precursors, if you like, towards 6G, because we need to be ready in order to have each computing, for example, or we already talk about GNOBs on the sky and mega constellations and how you load balances between birds and so on. So these need to be accelerated in the NTN world.
That's really interesting. I mean, it suggests that 6G might start in space, and actually the terrestrial mobile integrates with the non-terrestrial rather than the other way around. But
if I may, we need to be in Europe. We need to consider the risk that somebody else develops faster NTN 6G, and we certainly, European Space Agency, and I think as NSGU also, we are collaborating with them. We don't want this, so we need to be innovative, and we need to push our industry and to support our industry to be. So just to experimentation, so testing is huge importance to accelerate things and yeah.
Thank you. So I want to move on a little bit. So one of the key elements that people have suggested that 6E should deliver is, I think the phrase is ubiquitous connectivity. And some of that is remote areas, maritime via non-terrestrial. I will bore people for hours about the importance of indoor wireless and connectivity. Europe has got 25 billion square meters of floor space inside buildings. We don't even have a statistic of how much has 5G coverage. Whenever you see a number on 5G coverage or mobile coverage, it's outdoors. What do we need to do? Is it around the standards? Is it around spectrum? Is it around policy instruments to encourage both the rural connectivity, in-building, maritime, all the rest of it? Where do we start with that? And how do we prioritize it? Or should we prioritize it?
I think it's really challenging because it's about users moving between networks and this, the concept of the network of networks and seamlessly moving between networks. And we haven't cracked that. And I think we largely haven't cracked it from a commercial point of view. Technically, it's obviously possible, although I guess there are some points of frictions in terms of devices and spectrum bands that devices may or may not be compatible with. So there's maybe a bit around the technical and spectrum side, but I think the commercial side is really hard because providers of networks want to keep people on their networks. And it may be that regulators and policymakers have a role to play in that. It's quite challenging to see what that looks like at this point.
I mean, there's a mention downstairs from the Latvian transport minister saying apparently there's some sort of rule here for in-building, I think it was access by mobile operators can get access to buildings more easily. I know that China has a dedicated spectrum ban for indoor usage. I think it's Ireland, you've given as part of one of the spectrum licenses, there's a mandate to provide coverage in hospitals and bus stations and a few other places. So are there some policy and regulatory tools we can do to improve that? Obviously, the rural and remote as well.
Well, we experimented a little bit with it because there are also different models. For example, we tried in Ireland to have a company that could be a neutral host that had spectrum and that had equipment for indoor usage and that operators could easily plug into their network. I think they were 10 years too early and they've gone bust. But yes, so what we see up at the moment is operators being quite interested in using satellite to fill in rural parts of the network because it means that they don't have to build very expensive base stations. They are trying to deal with indoor building by using a lot of macro cells still. But as data needs go higher and if speed requirements go higher, you need to use different spectrum bands, higher spectrum, and that won't, you can't use that on macro cells and then you need to go indoor. I don't think that anybody has really cracked that. We see, from a regulatory point of view, as a regulator, we see private networks only now starting to become a little bit more of interest to people. And what we also see is exactly what you mentioned, is that a lot of the traditional operators, their processes are a little bit too clunky to actually grab that opportunity. And sometimes the requirements of those private networks are too specific. You have I don't know what, I saw a business case of the Port of Amsterdam wanting to have a 5G slice, and it had to have an uptime of X number of nines. And then, we only need it for 10 cranes in the port area. And you can see that an operator then almost immediately switches off because it's a very difficult use case. and they sell 10 SIMs, and that's not going to work. So that you drive those sorts of use cases towards a private network almost. And at the moment, the market is finding its feet in that field.
Thank you. Oh, have you got any thought on the connectivity, universal connectivity side?
Yes, I mean, you mentioned ubiquitous connectivity, and I think when you see that in this requirement wheel from ITU, I think you also need to see it from the perspective of ITU, because it's UN agency. Ubiquitous connectivity also means there that you can connect everybody, and I think that is also a goal that UN wants to transport, that we want to connect everybody, even in developing countries. And I think that should be also a goal of a global communication system. So an ITU sees it from that perspective. And let me go back, because this is also the value why we have this alignment of requirements and standardization activities via ITU and global organization with 3GPP, because now you can travel almost around the globe. You can use your one cell phone that you have in your pocket. You can even download in that country maybe an eSIM to get access to, let's say, cheap way to do your connectivity, even without roaming. So there are a lot of layers where I would say that this activity, that we have an aligned view on the Gs, an aligned view on the standardization, helps actually that you, with your one device, you have connectivity everywhere. And I think this is something which, when we look into the standardization of any next generation or even the enhancements of 5G still ongoing, we need to keep that in mind, that not to put that in danger, that we break up this I would say even global consensus, how to do standardization for global communication system.
Yeah, but I hear you and I completely agree with you, but that is at the moment one of the biggest problems that we face, because who does the certification of certain devices in which country? That's kind of starting to be undermined at the moment with the whole 5G slicing and security setup, etc. So if you go to any roaming conference at the moment, you have a lot of talk about the difficulties that these technologies bring, because they weren't really designed from the ground up with roaming in mind almost.
And that presumably gets even more difficult if you say, well, actually, the solution in places like this is use the Wi-Fi. Or use satellite, and you suddenly, well, actually, am I roaming onto a satellite? Is it properly interconnected? If it's Wi-Fi, is it federated, separate login? All that's going to make this network of networks idea sounds great in principle, but how's it going to work? I'm going to sort of start thinking, asking the audience to think about questions. I can carry on, and I'm sure the panelists are happy to ask each other questions as well. Is there anyone on the floor who would like... there's a question over there on the far side.
Vitas Vitkauskas, Johnston Company, Intel, Lithuania. Baltic country people, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, are living in the corridor between East and West. So from the history we know very well that in all times when the enemy is coming, they are destroying the castles. I think that in the present times, the enemies are coming and destroying the infrastructure of the mobile networks. So connection to the satellite communication is starting to be the problem number one in the present time. The question is, who will force the local operators to have these connections to the satellite communication? Because, as I understand, it is not a cheap thing, and let's say the amount of the customers as the population of the all boundary countries is less than 10 million is big money. So the question, how you understand, the customer or the standards? Thank you.
Right. Well, I think, Maria, that's probably... how do you encourage the relationships between the operators and the non-terrestrial providers? You obviously don't want dependency, but maybe you want it there as an option. Do you start with the big countries first, or do you also deal with the smaller countries?
Well, we do with all countries. So European Space Agency has 17 full member states and associate members, and Canada is also associate member, and relationships with all countries all over the globe, depending on the initiative. So first of all, yes, we are in discussions with MNOs, and we are also part of the GSMA. And obviously, the first step for MNOs is this extension of coverage, because the economics work in favor of using satellite instead of deploying GNOBs everywhere. So this is one. The question was more on protection of critical infrastructure, which is also a use case related to PPDR or also to institutional usage. And it is known that this sector also is not only using satellites for years, but they are more and more interested to use a technology that is closer to a cheaper and user equipment and terminals that are closer to consumer, right? So that's why they are opening up to using 3GPP technology. And there is in Europe the RE2 initiative under discussion, because, okay, this is what I can say. I cannot discuss about technicalities, but this is also to cover at European level institutional cases and also support for critical infrastructure and so on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe let me add one thing is really from a technology point of view, you are looking also for the satellite networks in a technology that you already have in your pocket. So this is happening with direct to cell, and so exactly what you're mentioning, you're going closer to the technology that is already there. In some parts, you're using this technology without any modification even. That's the one thing. But then you need to put an effort also and a look into the regulation of this. So we see first regulations for these supplementary coverage by FCC. They have this since spring. They have a ruling for this, for the supplementary coverage. And this is also an agenda item for the next World Radio Conference. How to have also, so to say, a regulation framework for these kind of connectivity between terrestrial and satellite networks.
Thank you.
Well, a quick answer to that is, first of all, there is what is called FR1, so the frequencies, low frequencies below 3 gigahertz, which some of them are MSS allocated frequencies for satellites, and there are satellite operators that they intend to develop end-to-end solutions for that. So FCC, of course, issued this supplementary directive, or I don't know. However, the European landscape is different from US. So we have a lot of MNOs here at national level. We don't have large pockets of white spaces like what happens in the continent of America. So the transposition of some regulations of FCC in Europe are to be discussed, analyzed, and understand if this can really apply and how. So and of course, ESA is not a regulatory body, and we have to refer to regulatory bodies.
But if we are on this topic, there's another elephant in the room. What satellites are we talking about? Because as we can see, some private companies and their owners are going slightly mad. And so can we trust all the possible partners on this question?
I don't understand exactly the mad.
I think.
But okay.
Put it this way: a while back, I went to a satellite conference, and there was someone from OneWeb turned up, and I'm not sure, but it looked to me as if the branding and PR people said, look, here's 2 messages to get across. 1, you've got 600 satellites, and 2, you're not Elon Musk.
Thank you.
So the interesting point is, do we need sovereign satellite capabilities? Do we use multiple different satellite networks? What's is it sovereignty? Is it diversity? What's the approach?
Do you want me?
Yeah,
okay, I could start.
We've only got a minute left anyway, so.
Yeah, okay. So, of course, there is some mega constellations that are already developed from US, but also China is also advancing very quickly. And in Europe, we have to discuss and understand and drive what we want on technology autonomicity, and also sovereignty, and this has been also somehow discussed in the previous panel, and also what Europe needs to develop and how. Of course, if I could say my personal opinion, the globe does not need a huge number of mega constellations, but I think there is space for European initiatives there to start with.
Excellent, thank you. We've got 40 seconds. Any last comments from anyone? Keep it very, very brief.
One thing I think what the gentleman triggered was the idea that not just satellites are part in the solution to have more resilient networks. I think the 6G system as a whole should focus very much on resilience. What the full-scale invasion of Ukraine has taught us is that we have to really build that in from the ground up in our systems. The only reason why many Ukrainians are actually able to communicate is because of illegal base stations that the Russians don't know about. So we need to really think through the system from the ground up.
It sounds like the flexibility, being opportunistic, dynamic. I don't want to end the session on the word agile and agility, but there's optionality. Optionality is a good one. Excellent. All right, well, thank you all very much, and please show your appreciation for the panel here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to our moderator, Dean Bubbly. Thank you. So now we will come back after the lunch break to talk money, funding for innovation in European industry, and then also research and public understanding of innovation. We'll be back at 1:30. Before that, please scan QR code and vote for the session. We need to know, what do you think about it? Please. Yeah, QR code, Slido, and evaluation. And also, use our side expo. It's here on the second floor. Rooms are M, L, T, and S. Find them and enjoy everything they offer. We're back at 1:30. Thank you.
This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility, the ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter, big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on a spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. we aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism, giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Evry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Evry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Evry's corporate finances, because Tieto-Evry Riga houses the Tieto-Evry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately, to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe, the people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale. Surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia.
My name is Linda, and I'm leading the think tank CyberBridge Forum that has its focus on cybersecurity skilling, talent development, and building communities. For the last 2 days, we have had 35 members gathered from all over the Nordic and Baltic countries. What is common for them all is that they're passionate, they're knowledgeable, and they're motivated to make a difference within cybersecurity. And I'm completely sure that we will make a difference because we can be able to collaborate across borders, do much more knowledge sharing, and actually make a huge difference by working together.
I think that the CyberBridge Forum fills an important gap because we're all small countries with limited resources, and cybersecurity is a big topic that covers several disciplines.
The think tank has been a great way to meet colleagues from the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. And I see their experiences in other countries which are more advanced in this area that we need to address in Sweden, so we can learn from. But also, no one has solutions for all the problems that we see. And there we can collaborate, coming up with curricula, for instance, for problems and issues and solutions.
I think we're in an emergency. I think a lot of people in the cybersecurity community are basically saying the cyber war has already begun. And I would say that's probably true. And I think it's also important to have this kind of forum where people like me who actually come from the sort of tech community can talk to people who don't and in some sense see the wide gap and think about ways to bridge it.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
The Baltic Container Terminal is one of the main logistic hubs in the Baltics. More than 260,000 containers are handled here every year. Every action here must be coordinated precisely. Until now, mutual communication and the operation of internal systems were ensured by a Wi-Fi network. However, this solution has its shortcomings. Firstly, tens of Wi-Fi access points are required for this territory. A network cable has to be connected to each, and electricity must be provided. Secondly, communication in a port terminal often takes place in motion, and using existing Wi-Fi technology, communications are often lost. Thirdly, when lots of Wi-Fi signals overlap, network interference arises. These shortcomings disrupt the smooth flow of work. What's the answer? Quite simply, LMT is the first in the Baltics to introduce a private 5G network on such an industrial territory. Only recently, this seemed impossible. Now, it is economically viable and very simple to do. Firstly, LMT conducts research of the existing infrastructure and radio planning. The good news is that the 5G private network can be built on the foundation of the existing network infrastructure. Therefore, previously about 20 Wi-Fi access points were required here to ensure good network coverage. For a private 5G network, we only require 1 or 2 5G antennas, thanks to greater transmission power. The new private network technology can augment and replace existing network technologies. Thus, it can correct the shortcomings evident in existing network technologies like Wi-Fi and others. 5G ensures a stable connection while in motion. We are already taking our umpteenth turn around this territory and have never once lost our connection. 5G offers the opportunity to replace old analog walkie-talkies with modern communications. Now we can not only talk, but also send photos and videos to our work colleagues. How are you now, Yanni? Does everything work? Yes, Carly. Everything is great. Thank you. The private network operates on its own separate licensed radio frequency. Thus, we get less network interferences and can ensure a better, high-quality network connection without interruptions. However, possibly the most significant 5G network advantage is security. As long as a special 5G private network SIM card has not been inserted, it will not be possible to connect to the network. If you want to own your own private mobile network in your factory, warehouse, or elsewhere, call LMT or visit systemas.lmt.lv and apply for a consultation.
The Latvian Council of Science is the national contact point for Horizon Europe program. Our experts consult and organize informative seminars to ensure the program is visible and accessible to all the potential participants. We are open for cooperation and encourage you to use all opportunities offered by international programs to foster collaboration and achieve the goals of excellent science.
Horizon Europe is the EU's key funding programme for research and innovation, with a budget of €95.5 billion, making it the most ambitious programme implemented by the European Union. Horizon Europe programme First Pillar aims to strengthen and broaden the excellence of the EU's science. In the second pillar, research and innovation activities are carried out in the 6 thematic clusters: health, culture, creativity and inclusive society, civil security for society, digital, industry and space, climate, energy and mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment.
The third pillar offers opportunities by the European Innovation Council that are especially available for startups and SMEs. The EIC supports innovation during their entire life cycle, from early-stage research, technology transfer and concept generation to market entry and scale-up.
Widening participation and strengthening the European research area provide an opportunity for Latvian participants to be coordinators and improve their results in international research and innovation processes. Horizon Europe projects are mostly submitted by international consortia, including research institutions, companies, higher education institutions, public administration, and public bodies.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS-JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNS-JU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNS-JU projects, national initiatives, and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions, identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNS-JU use cases, perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions. develop policy recommendations, and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
One second, and thousands of stars are born and die in the universe. 1 second, and Google receives 3 million inquiries. 1 second, and each person generates 1.5 megabytes of data on average. The importance of data, as well as its speed and volume, keeps growing. The Riga TV Tower is the tallest TV tower in the European Union. In just 20 years, it has become the most important internet connection hub for Latvia. And not only. As communications operators, authorities, and each and every person increasingly demand more secure data transmission and storage services, the tower now offers the latest Tier 3 data center. It means more floor space, megawatts of power, and petabytes of data, but most importantly, a connection close to all global digital resources for all of our customers. If you are in the tower, you are everywhere. Its power and connection diversity open the doors to the European and global data metropolises. As people need solutions, not just technologies, we offer software for the remote management of networks, operations, and businesses with 24/7 customer assistance. The software visualizes data processing and storage resources, allowing us to offer more standalone virtual servers from the same location, enabling private access and solution flexibility for each and every customer, as well as unprecedented efficiency, including energy efficiency. While your hardware enjoys our climate, you are able to reap the economic benefits of our solution. We invite local authorities and businesses, as well as foreign businesses interested in the quality and security offered by the unique combination of the infrastructure and personal capacity to visit us. We are visionaries of IT solutions that already power huge data transmission capacities in the entire world and are able to connect to any place on the planet. See you in the Riga TV Tower, as 1 second will become more and more important. Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Evry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Evry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Evry's corporate finances, because Tieto-Evry Riga houses the Tieto-Evry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilda. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilda does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilda's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and % of household covered. To the right, there is a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives and main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Every business requires a favorable place to flourish, like a seed that needs watering, like a plant needs the sun. We in Latvia have grown to know that sustainable innovation has no limit. And that's not just because we're one of the greenest countries in the world. Latvia is a member state of the world's most powerful military alliance, NATO, and the European Union. It's the EU's third greatest renewable energy consumer, with the second most competitive tax system in the OECD countries. But it's the people that achieve the impossible. We're both dreamers and doers, with profound experience in software development, AI, automation, and robotics. Among us, you will find restless minds keen on developing mission-driven, deep tech ecosystems. As one of the world's leading players in the development, manufacture, and supply of optical fibers, and as a beacon of biomedicine with organs on a chip, Latvia has more than meets the eye, and it's bustling with ideas. This is where the world of innovation meets. With direct flights to more than 100 cities worldwide, Latvia has the biggest airport in the Baltics. So if you're thinking sustainable innovations, think Latvia. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility, the ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on a spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
those are best seats in front, so you can take part in the action, asking your questions and also taking part. So let's move on with our next panel. And we will be having, once again, an opportunity to ask questions. You can do it directly from the audience. Just put up your hand and enjoy the show. And in case panel is not covering something you think should be covered and should be asked. So digital innovation ecosystems, cultivating funding for innovation and empowering European industry. Today and yesterday we've heard the dire situation in Europe with innovation and digitalization, and some people would wonder, no, we're quite good off. Why not? We are here because we know what we're talking about. So let's see. Please welcome moderator Maria Lehmann, CEO of Vivo Labs. Maria. Welcome to the stage and good luck, I would say. And let's see who are your panelists.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there is a lot of innovation in Europe and a lot of innovation in the world, and we're here to discuss with our experts on how the innovation is funded and how we can actually follow the life cycle of an idea into a successful company. I was reading some details the other day about Angel Investor Network in the UK. They made a survey to try to understand the stage of funding, and half of the founders do not know how to navigate the funding scheme. They start and they don't know where to get the money from. So hopefully we can cover that and shed some light on this. So I'll just quickly give the floor to my panelists to introduce yourselves, and then I'll just start shooting some questions. And yes, by all means, we want to hear from you and what you are interested in hearing about from the experts. So Salvis, let's start with you.
Short introduction.
Yes, please.
Yeah, hello everyone. Salvis is my name, and actually I have two caps today. So the one is I'm managing one of European digital innovation hubs in Latvia. So we have two of edX here. So I'm on the board of one of them. And another cap is I'm vice mayor of the Liepāja City Council. So Liepāja is the third biggest city in Latvia, in the western part of Latvia. So happy to be here.
Thank you. Peter?
Hey, my name is Peter. I'm a venture partner with Accelerate, which is a Danish pre-seed VC fund. So I have a little bit of less experience on the public funding side, though a lot of our startups do combine that with venture funding. So basically, we're investing in very early stage companies across the Nordics and Baltics.
Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, thank you. Christian Maaßen, my name. I'm a partner expert for hyperconnectivity at Datacon, the consulting arm of Deutsche Telekom. And with a former past and yet a passion for the digital ecosystems, for example, having built the one at WTH Aachen University campus as one of the, I would say, quite big industry ecosystems in Europe, and still trying to spread the word about that.
We will discuss definitely the need for ecosystems in innovation. And you, please?
Yeah, Uwe Beder from Roda & Schwarz. Roda & Schwarz is a company that is in the field for test and measurement, mainly for communication devices and communication systems. However, we also have a lot of solutions directly for communication systems. For example, ATC, but also military radio, for example. And maybe just to add and to just repeat, because our CTO just gave out the message, innovation is in our DNA. And I think to be in the market, so we are 90 years now in the market, so I think that doesn't qualify as a startup anymore. So it means, but even with an established company, you always need to be on the forefront of innovation. Otherwise, you will be not in the market anymore.
100%. So I think your views are going to be super interesting into how we create sustainable innovation in the companies. So let's start from the beginning, right? We have an idea, and there is a stage of funding for each part of where is the idea? Is it really early stage? Are we just, nurturing that idea? Are we at a pilot stage? Are we at a trial stage? And each funding, it may sound like it's not, but each type of funding makes sense for each stage of the idea, right? And I would like to hear your views on what does that mean, and the potential funding available for the stages of the idea that you work with. So, Savis, let's start with you, and then we will just go with everyone. And I'd like to hear the thoughts from everyone on that.
Yeah, great question. And I agree with you that there is funding available on the market. And from Latvia's side, we see that EU or Europe is our home market. So that means not only in Latvia available funding is for Latvian startups, but the market is much broader to attract investments, to attract grants. And but I think what I saw in the ecosystem here in Latvia, so it's always important to see or to figure out what kind of money is the most suitable money for you, for your project, for development of your project. And it's and usually startups are looking for grants, for grant programs, for grants, and just to have like gifted money. But the mindset is transforming in Latvian startup ecosystem as well, and the demand is coming as a first point. If there is demand, then you will find money on the market. Is it investment? Is it angel investment? Is it grant? Is it some kind of combination? Is it loan maybe partly? So the money is there. What we see in Latvia is that the money is even more than good projects. Let's name it so.
You hear that, right?
Yeah, there is a little gap. So Latvia is open for innovations, and we see a lot of talented people, but we would love to have more.
Okay, interesting. Well, a call for innovators coming to Latvia. Peter, I'd love to hear your thoughts from the venture funding perspective. First of all, like, what type of funding is available when you're just like super early stage? What does it mean to be early stage as well from a venture funding perspective? What is a fundable idea for you?
Yeah, I think in general, one thing that people oftentimes confuse with venture, VCs are ready to invest very early in a lot of cases, right? So for venture, more of a qualifying criteria is actually the potential outcome of that business, right? So I think that's also one of the challenges with all these support programs, both in private and public money, is that we sort of are lumping all the startups in one bucket together, right, and say, hey, what can they do? But it's actually very different depending on what you're doing. Also based on the stage, but also just purely on the market opportunity you have there, right? So oftentimes, like most of the main reason why we say no to companies is basically we don't see them becoming venture cases. We don't see them returning 100x or 1000x our money. And if it's not the case, that doesn't work for our business model. It doesn't mean that it's a bad company, right? It just means that it's not a venture case. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the first very important part, and I think a lot of the public funding and a lot of these companies can still become insanely successful and valuable for their own, in their own right, and for their economies and so on. But we don't need to push everyone down that venture path, and a lot of these programs that are available from the public money side should actually be addressing, I think, this gap. Then I think on the private money side, I think specifically in Latvia, we still have some challenges around A, the amount of capital that's available here, B, also the sophistication of the capital to some degree, right? Because we don't have here venture management teams that have been running their business for 20 years. So for these startups, especially the ones going on a venture journey, capital is one part of the equation, but actually having the support around how to deploy that capital, how to actually go to market, and all these things, I think that's crucial. I think that's one of those things that's oftentimes actually missing in a lot of these public support programs, whether that be money grants for research, whether that be just some other grants, like all sorts of these things, because they focus only on the money, but like money only gets you so far, right? Especially if you're first-time founders and so on. So I think that's how I think about this early stage.
That's a great point there. It's just the smart money, right?
Yep.
Don't just bring the money, but bring the
Yep.
the effort. That's a great point. So Christian, you have Aachen, right? University, that's university to industry and that idea formulation to the venture creation. So what are your views on the funding and the possibilities of an idea to be created into a successful company?
Yeah, that's a good question. It actually, since it came from research, where we started the whole endeavor, you deal a lot with completely funded research projects and so on. Might be national, might be on the European level and so on. That helps to a certain extent, of course. But always the problem is you have a long start, you apply for something, you're not sure if you get it or not, since many others have the same idea, strangely. And then you run it for 3 years and might come out with some commercial output or so on. The question is that sustainable in the end? Just applying for more and more of these things and running them for a certain amount of time and just having the money and maybe some of the expertise of others, which is the good part. So this kind of consortia approach, sharing knowledge, sharing insights, and most likely also requirements that you can build the right thing at the right start. So the question is, could we go one step further? That's what we tried with this Aachen ecosystem, creating something more for the why. Because why do we need funding? Because there's a lot of risk involved. We don't know if we will be successful and so on. So it's the way reducing the risks and also reducing the costs in doing that and bringing innovation which is directly needed, which is directly to the point, required by industry and so on. So that was something we were aiming for, and results not in 3 to 4 years' time, but regularly checked and validated. That works quite well with money, actually. If it's working or not in the end, is someone buying it or willing to buy it or not? Then you have results each 3 to 6 months and can iterate faster. And then it's quite easy also to get to the next stages of funding. Also the startups we had in that ecosystem, the ones which were founded or they joined, because they could directly validate with other players, with potential users, is it something or not? And venture capitalists which came in just saw, oh yeah, they had that validation from the start, we can give them the next round of funding directly from there. So a new kind of approach, and also rather going also in the support section, not only here you have some money, no, we help you set up the environment that the risk of failing is way lower from the very beginning. And that, I think, is more sustainable help for sustainable growth as well.
That's great. And Uwe, you come from a very different perspective, right? Established company, I think most of the innovators, when you start a business, if they tell you, sign here and you're going to be around for 90 years, most would like that. That is definitely a sign of success. But you still look for funding for certain aspects. What's your view on the available funding for innovation?
Well, on the one hand, beside its 90 years, we are also still family-owned. So usually we can think in a long cycle. So when we go for one idea, we can continuously working on that if we believe that this will be a successful product or solution at the end. That's the one thing. Now you could ask, why is funding and funded projects for us quite important? And I would mainly go into the larger projects when we discuss the 6G projects, the joint undertakings, but also in Europe the important projects of common European interest, the IPSAI programs, which usually are a bit larger. For us that is important because we also rely on this community if you are in such a funded community and in such a larger funded project. And it's then for us important also to be part of it, also to see if these ideas that we brought in as a project are meaningful for the market to some extent. And this you can judge very good if you are part in these larger constellations, so to say. And that is why we still look into these funded projects, especially if they are in a larger context for saying 6G or chipset development or building the capabilities back again in Europe. I think this is also something, sometimes not the pure innovation front. It's now that we need to discuss sovereignty as well, and this comes at a cost, and maybe this needs to be funded as well, also for established companies.
Yeah, and I think you guys made a point about ecosystems, and that is really, really important. And especially when it comes to deep tech and very, chipsets or futuristic ideas that potentially don't have an established market to go into, and we really need to find places with other people that are like-minded, that understand what we're talking about, and are willing to develop those ideas into products. But I think there is a risk, right? If we are always feeding the business with innovation grants. And the risk is, and I think, Christian, you touched upon this a little bit, which is the focus, right? The risk is that we can become, just innovation labs and not really companies that often we lose that objective, that it's our objective as companies is to find customers and make a profitable business out of that. So, Peter, I'd like to hear your views from venture capitalists, present here, saying, what are your views on grants? Do you like them? Do you not like them? Do you welcome them? And then what are your views on how can we help founders benefit from these, what Uwe was mentioning, and the ecosystems, while at the same time staying focused on the objectives?
Yeah, I think grants also come in all sorts of shapes and forms, so it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. I think overall, from purely as a VC, we actually do like grants, because especially if the companies are getting them at the same time as we're investing, is basically a way for us to limit dilution for the founders, but get more capital in the company, right? So it's a great at its core. At the same time, as you sort of pointed that as well, is regarding the question is what's the cost of that, and if it's a cost in terms of your focus, it's sometimes a cost of lack of flexibility in the future, because grant says you need to do X, Y, Z, but maybe you found out after 2 months in the market that you're pivoting and building something else. So there's all sorts of problems. The ones that, for example, when we operate in Denmark, they have a lot of soft funding available, and it's actually structured in a way where we like to work with that a lot. At the early stages, that's basically they provide capital to the companies, essentially pay salaries for the founders. So there's no sort of you need to develop this or that. It's basically, hey, this is runway for you to have time to figure things out. And so we enjoy that a lot. Yeah. Doesn't require a lot of paperwork, and it's reasonable. I think it's like you can get easily a couple €100,000 in that kind of way, which is a big amount of money if you're just starting out. So we're positive. Again, like with these larger, we don't have a lot of experience with these large EU, sort of used to be these Horizon grants. I'm not sure what they're called right now, if that's the same or something else. But like with those, at least I remember that usually companies would really go down this, very tricky path of if they got that money, and VCs and us included would oftentimes actually look as a negative signal, basically showing that companies cannot get that money in the private markets. So I think to sort of try to bring it back together is basically we like it if it's aligned with what we're doing. I think it can be very tricky as a standalone thing, because again, back to the sort of component of actually having advice and knowing what to do with the money, right? If it's only a grant that you get from EU or your state, and you just keep going at it by yourself, it's probably not going to have the desired result. So I think in combination with private capital, that's the best way how we see that working.
Salvis, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I actually agree what was said. So every money costs something, right?
There's no free lunch.
And yeah, right. So somebody need to pay for it, and even if it's grant money, so it costs something, and you are very strict in rules. Therefore, I mentioned previously, so it's always important to decide what kind of money is the most relevant for my project, for me, and sometimes it's it's not even money. So if it's very early stage, of course, in the research phase, we need to finance man hours, so to say. But if we are getting to the piloting phase, for example, so at least in Latvia case, so Riga, I know Liepāja city, they are ready, or cities are ready to open like sandboxes or to let new products, technologies to test in the cities. So which is also a very important point to get first recommendation, to test your product, to test your technology. And this is not the topic about attraction of money. This is about cooperation. And therefore it's important and it's very useful to have right mentors close to you to get right suggestions, not to jump for the first money available on the investor market or the grant market, but to see how you can reach the awaited result in the most sufficient or efficient way.
Yeah, my experience on jumping on the first money available is that it's a bad idea. Usually it's a bad deal. And especially when you come out of your university with a great idea and you know nothing about fundraising. I would be categorized with all of those 50% founders who had no idea how to navigate the ecosystem. But Christian, I'd like to come back to the importance of ecosystems and link to what Salvis was saying in the context of commercialization and testing. So oftentimes when we go with an innovation in the digital space, there are big incumbents who already dominate the market. And for young innovators, it's really difficult to compete in features, right? Feature set, we come with an innovation. We don't come with a breadth of features. So testing, living labs, like cities and ecosystems become your beachhead, become the way that you can find a niche. So can you expand on that and examples and companies you've worked with that, you mentioned the IoT sector as well a lot when we talked, and I think that can be really inspiring for people who are thinking about commercialization.
Yeah, I think you have to take it apart then also from the usual grant business, because that one is not really following the speed of the innovation process, the innovation cycles as we see it. Mm-hmm. So it also makes it trickier with commercialization. Since these cycles also tend to kind of coincide with a level of organization you have developed. So the bigger the company, the more levels of organizational whatever on top you created, of overhead and so on, makes you slower. Whenever you make that slower and the market is actually quite fast, there you build kind of a niche, or it creates itself in the end. The new players can come in, even small players. As we always hear, because they are faster and so on, quite often the big ones can wait and see because they dry up beforehand. They weren't successful, they didn't make the right pitch at the right time or the right pivot at the right time, and they're gone. So everything stays the same. So that's why I would rather advocate, as said before, to give them this ecosystem, this environment where they can thrive, where they have a better shot, their better first shot, and maybe even help the big ones, the tankers and so on of the companies to find their way. Because we had it in the discussion also yesterday, today as well, in the panel and the sessions. Did we do a good job with the technologies as we had so far? With 5G, some were saying is a failure, is a big success. Answer might be in between. Might have smaller companies helped us with that, because they can tailor differently. They are not like the big vendors we have seen who are tailored to only 1, 2, 3 operators per country or so on. Because the small ones can go to a niche. They can just tailor a 5G solution for a hospital, and maybe also only small hospitals or something like that. They can be faster with that, and can actually or could make use of what the others can provide, and creating a new solution together, ecosystem solution, none of them could have brought, either because of the speed and the flexibility to the market, or of money and the resources behind it and the big portfolio already in place, and so that everyone can find their niche and together address a solution which couldn't have been there before. So I think it's rather not one or the other, but a together game. Yeah, you will see more and more, or you need to see more and more, and then even the small ones can thrive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. Like finding a joint go-to-market with someone else and going after it sometimes is really key to scale as well. Uwe, you mentioned something when we were chatting about using the funding to develop products and be very strategic about the product development with these sources of funding, which obviously it helps you attack different areas. And there are tons of companies that do it very successful. But it is hard, right? It's really hard to kind of like keep the requirements of that grant funding that you're writing to meet the demands of your product development. So how do you make it match? And how do you go about delivering the project in the consortium and ecosystem, but at the same time delivering your own roadmap?
Yeah, first of all, you need to distinguish between different funding projects, right? So usually most of the projects are either, or let's say, having a focus on really research and development. So when we're talking about the joint undertakings in Europe, for example, or lots of the projects which come out of the German Ministry for research and development, they are in a very, very early stage, even in a pre-competition stage. That is usually not a problem because this can be funded without a lot of, looking into competition, putting money into some products which would have been developed anyway. So that's the one thing. On the other hand, you might need to fund projects to gain a little bit sovereignty back again, what I earlier mentioned. And this is exactly where, for example, the tool of the IPSAI in Europe is coming in, because this program can fund into the product. And what you need for that is the funding is still national money. However, you need to get the European layer and European Commission, so to say, waiving the competition concerns on this. And this is the construct that IPSAI is following. And this is quite important for some areas where in Europe we need to bring back capabilities in our ecosystem. Some parts can not only be done by startups, especially when you have to invest into hardware. That is usually something where probably it's not so easy to bring something up from scratch. Software is a little bit a different thing. That might be better possible. I'm not saying it's not impossible one or the other way, but there's a tendency to do so. So from that perspective, we have been joining this IPSAI project because we saw value in there to gain back also things we learned, supply chain concerns. We have all seen during COVID times that's important to have this under our control back again. And so that is why we joined this program for the IPSAI Microelectronics Communication Technology. And what we learned with this project is also that this creates a wonderful ecosystem that you speak with other companies, you speak with other projects, and you see how can you benefit from each other. So then you have in this project, because this has different working packages, different I would say stages along the value chain. So we can speak to a substrate manufacturer and so on, and then we can discuss with him during that we meet in the overall management of the IPSAI, and so this forms then also these ecosystems which we benefit all from then.
That's great. I think that's a great source of funding for product development as well. And I want to stay with you and ask a question about acquisitions. So is that, and it doesn't have to be specific on the company, but more from the perspective of the ecosystem, right? when we want to develop an idea internally, when is it worth it to go for an acquisition, and when is it worth it to maybe develop that idea further? Is there an answer? Maybe there's no answer. Maybe if there is an idea, let's go and buy it, or we want to hold the competitive advantage, we want to do it. What's your view on that?
Yeah, maybe again from our point of view, so we mainly focus on strategic acquisitions. So that is we usually look into neighboring areas where we see we can supplement our portfolio. So this is usually the strategy that we follow. So to give you an example, because it's public and you can read it everywhere. So 2.5 years ago, we acquired a company called Zurich Instruments. They are experts for instrumentation for physical experiments, but are experts also to control quantum computing. So it's classical electro and frequency stuff they do, but they come with different aspects and a different customer base, and are experts on something which we have not been so much focusing on. So that was quite a good complement to the work we do. And so usually we see investments, acquisitions in that sense. How can we grow in areas but this acquisition needs to fit somehow to our portfolio that we already have.
Makes sense. And going back to the public funding, one thing that I think it was common when we all talked was about the overhead that brings that public funding, right? There's a lot of administrative work that we need to do, and sometimes even deters us from going for this. So I want to throw in two questions. One is, what can we do to be more efficient in terms of reporting, and how can we do that? And what is the impact of the level of administrative work that we're asked from either the commission or the grant holders? And the other thing is, do we have enough KPIs to show that we are actually delivering on what we want to deliver, in terms of, are we bringing back those capabilities to Europe? Are we further developing any ideas that we wanted to develop as nations? So yeah, who wants to start? Christian, do you want to go with this?
Sure. The question is with which one to start, if it's the KPIs or the other, then in the end. I think the KPIs, from time to time we make it too complicated, or at least also when we were discussing the different ecosystems we built and so on, with the companies, what's the ultimate measure if you're successful? That's basically if you're commercially successful. If that idea makes money, or someone wants to invest, wants to participate and so on, that's, I think, of the only measure in the end. And you can fulfill many intermediate ones, which might be more qualitative in nature, but overall they help you when you qualify the people, when you bring in the sovereignty and so on. That has to be a value for someone that they actually would invest and buy that product, that portfolio in the end. Otherwise, it's just artificial. Artificial in that way that you keep it funded and it runs as long as it's funded. Then you leave the funding be, and that's it. That's what we unfortunately see with quite some of research projects that don't really go on. So I'm rather a friend of the idea, not just throwing money at them, but rather, as we heard also before, Uwe, you said it as well, that's giving a community which can help, which can support, and rather funding the community, if it's an IPSAI or something like that, because that really helps. And that you can modulate with the funding. How do you want it? Should it be a European community and so on, because without sovereignty, there you can set the goals according to that. But I think past that, it has to be lean, flexible, and in a way measured by its own success, so that we don't create something which only survives as long as you put money into it from the start, but which reaches, might not be with the first month or so on. give it 1-2 years or something like that when you start such a community, but it has to gain a stage of self-sufficiency, as we see with all platform business we have out there. When we can reach that, we know it's successful, that it can grow on its own in the end, that the players within the system, the users, the providers, also others in the wider ecosystem, they would fund it on their own even, because it's that useful. And the ultimate measure might be then just the monetary one.
I agree, but there are some ideas that cannot live sustainable after 2 years. And they need, it needs a more like 10-year strategic thinking, right? So I agree with the monetary one, but we need to add another layer to that ingredient, I guess. Peter, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, maybe just purely from the venture sort of early stage perspective. I think that the challenge, like when we look at startups, for example, getting a grant, right? The problem is that it's slightly related to what you were pointing at, is basically the time frame of implementing the whatever the project is that they're getting the grant for is, let's say, 1 year or 2 years, right? But if we measure by this actual economic output or some sort of financial value, it's not going to be there, right? So it's almost, for many of the companies we work with, that's completely useless sort of exercise. And I think that's also one of the reasons why, as I mentioned, for example, in Denmark, a lot of these programs are basically, they're not even trying to measure those KPIs because like they're not relevant anyways. And oftentimes actually having those KPIs, it is what sort of distracts founders from actually working on what would be the most important thing. So I think in a lot of cases, there might almost be no KPIs. That sounds a bit odd, but I think it's basically you just need to give them room to build stuff. And then I think that the one way how we look at that and how that can be measured is basically, at the end of the day, the purpose of the public funding is to push that towards the private markets, right? Like at the end of the day, generating revenue from the market, but as an intermediary step, potentially attracting financing from the private market. So that, in my opinion, would be a much better intermediate way, maybe not as a KPI of the project, but as a way how to measure the success of these grant programs, right? How many of these companies did we actually get to the place where they were able to attract financing from institutional investors, could be strategic partners, all sorts of private funding sources.
Mm-hmm. Or they were able to bootstrap.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to do that, great. But back to your case, in many cases, that's just it's not going to get there. It's probably they're going to need another 5 or 10 years of private money financing them before they can actually make money.
Yeah, and in terms of the administrative burden.
Yeah, maybe some points to add. Actually, I personally would love to have grant programs where no KPIs are there. So it would be great.
I think treasury offices of countries will not agree with you guys here.
but you know, at least I saw in my experience. So innovators are very different. Projects are very different. People are very different, and I saw so many grant money hunters, let's name it so they're jumping one project to another, and actually the main business is to attract grant, not to go to the market with the product or the service. And what we need to understand, or what we are not allowed to forget, is that public money is taxpayer money. So it's not, sometimes we are loving so much our projects or our products that we say, hey, you are obligatory to finance it because I'm from here and I will boost the ecosystem or the economy here, but it's taxpayer money. So, and if we are investing, we need to get something back. So, and in 1 year or in 10 years, it depends on the project, but, so therefore, it's a very important point that every program is built on specific rules, specific requirements, and then we are back to the question, so is this the right money for my project? So this is something we are not allowed to forget. So this is taxpayers' money, this is not money from somewhere, from cash machine.
Yeah, no, there's no free money. And you make a point on the taxpayers' money, and I think that's a great point. And sometimes we were talking about this over lunch, right? About like how much of the taxpayers' money goes into managing the money, right?
Exactly. So, I mean, usually when we are coming up with a project idea, usually that's driven out of our R&D people. and the innovators. And all innovators, at least that I know, usually are not big fans of paperwork and reporting.
No one is.
So, I think, I mean, it's very clear that there needs to be some level of reporting and also looking into the KPIs of a project. That's very clear. But for many projects, I have the feeling that we do a little bit too much. So maybe we should try to always think to how can this be reduced to a minimum, to allow the people to be creative and to be innovative and not to deal with the paperwork and justifying why they are creative. So I think that is something which probably large and small companies, startups or established business have the same thing, right? Because it's all blocking the workforce for all the good things that we want to invent. And so this is just a plea into these, project management organizations which are they're all in public funded projects, even in European or national level, to try to limit that to the minimum. It's clear there needs to be something, but
not that much.
But
Peter, you want to jump in?
You want to finish?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think these KPIs are not going to make or break those projects, right? Like the outcome is not going to be any different if they do tons of reporting. If anything, that's going to hurt the process. I think back to what you were saying regarding people hunting grants. There's people hunting private money as well. Again, and I think that's at the end of the day the problem with that being public money is basically it's hard to accept that there will be waste, and that's a natural sort of ingredient, right? Like if you do innovation, a lot of things are not going to work out. So theoretically, you're going to look at that grant pro, oh yeah, this money was wasted. But like the same as in VC funds, right? Like we also sort of waste 90% of our money, but like it's only through that process of investing in that what becomes waste, you actually find the diamonds in the rough, right? There's no work around that. And I think that's the problem with public money. They cannot accept that a lot of this money will be wasted, but it has to be wasted for there to anything to come out of it.
Yeah, that's a great. But I think when we come from research, we understand that because a lot of the money that it's invested in research, it's obviously you're not going to see the outcome right now. You're going to see the outcome in many years, and it's about the compound investment that has happened, right? Not just those independent investments that have
and
been
maybe you never see that return.
Maybe you never see it. Maybe it was a dead end,
exactly.
and we got there because we had the funding, right? We had the funding available. So I'm conscious that we're about to get to the end, and I really wanted to ask you one last question to all of you, and it is: are we doing enough? Can we do more? So Salvis, let's start with you.
For sure, you can always do something more.
Well, you need more innovators.
Every one of us here in the room. Yeah, sure, we can do more, but I think the one thing what we can do, every one of us on daily basis. So we need to have more and more brave brains, so to say. So to be brave to go to for new projects, for new innovations, to find cooperation partners, to build bridges. So it's something what never be done. So we can do more. We can boost. We can make ecosystems bigger. We can do more. So with such a mindset what we have here in the room, so we need to influence or impact people around us, and this will be very helpful for all of us.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, to add to that, I think it's definitely all about getting more people doing startups, doing companies. I think that's the main thing. Especially, I think we need to look at our educational institutions, our universities. There's a lot of smart people there. There's a lot of research there, right? We do almost the same level of research probably as the US and Europe, right? But unfortunately, the commercialization of that is significantly lower, right? So we need to go in as early as possible to build the next generation of startup founders, and the more people we get into the funnel, the higher the odds that something comes out of that.
I like that. Yeah, it's more brave people to break the ice. Christian?
I could very much agree with that one, to go in very early, but also to go in more real, kind of, because we mentioned it at the very beginning, will we just see another innovation labs and so on? It should be rather industry labs, and I'm not talking only about factories, a hospital can be the same and so on. So we have to bring them where that's really happening, because then you can iterate faster, then you see the problems there and you solve them directly, kind of on-site. I think that helps with innovation, it accelerates it, it validates it way faster than we can have it, and maybe it's also more flexible, tangible, and sparks directly new ideas from there.
Yeah, maybe also here to join, I think we may want to develop more entrepreneurial mindset. And that could be startups, but that could also be established companies that allow exactly these routes to bring up these new ideas. And I think this is something that we probably need to influence in very early stages, either in school or at least at universities.
And from boardrooms as well. In boardrooms as well. Especially with big corporates. I mean, we have the 5G still. It's really hard to see the long-term innovation happening in some of the big telcos. Good, so we are on to the 5 minutes of questions. So do we have any?
So, questions, please. Just put up your hand. Any questions, or maybe request for funding, and call out your name.
Have them here.
Account number, and tell me what you need. Yeah, that's the opportunity. Why not? There we go. Announce yourself, please, and let's go.
Hello. Yeah, hello, my name is Paul Sputja, and I represent Engineering Management Consultancy, a company from Latvia, and I represent this amazing XR Masters technology, what you have been enjoying during these days here. And we are really now pushing forward with a couple of projects in Latvia to really to achieve this goal that Latvia, Riga can be the first medicity in the world, and we are very, very happy that the funding is there for innovation, and we are very proud working together with Digital Accelerator of Latvia, and we are happy that the team is also very innovative with their thinking and how we are moving forward these applications. But there is still one general problem in our country, how I see it, that when you go out on the street and you talk to entrepreneurs and say, okay, hey, would you like to receive funding for innovation? They are a little bit confused. They say, okay, there are internal processes, external processes. For internal only, you go another way, you invest your own money. Then they say, oh, it takes a lot of time, administration burdens, you need to wait 6 months, and maybe you will get it. They say, okay, 10,000 euros is still money, but many of them say, okay, it's a waste of time, it takes too much time. But then, of course, there is Digital Accelerator of Latvia. If there's also for external processes, for commercialization. But many companies, they don't know about them. So this is also, I think, important aspect on the government side, that there is more promotional activity saying, okay, what is what in the system. Because entrepreneurs are like going through the forest, and okay, if they know, then they understand, they go, but most of them, they don't have a clue where to go and to which organizations.
So suggestion is to advertise more.
So maybe, yeah, you can have
and provide guidelines, maybe, I don't know, if you guys want to take the...
So, but actually, what works best? The question would be how entrepreneurs are finding organizations. So what is the best way to get to them, to get the information to them? So what works the best from your experience?
Yeah, maybe a short comment.
How badly they need money, that's the only way it works, right?
Short comment from my side. Thank you, Paul, for this explanation. And my belief is that we can always do more, as we concluded here. But if you really want to create your startup, to develop your project, you should be able to find the right way for money. You always, at least in Latvia, so we are not so big country, so it's only almost 2 million people here. So actually, everyone knows everyone, so roughly, and you just need to ask. So I think you are project owner. You need to look for money. So it's this money at the end of the day be from public funds or for private investors or whatever it will be. You will find your own way. I think the advertisement is there. We can do more, but it's there. The question is, are you fighting for your success, or you are awaiting that the success will jump into your room?
So it's like a process of selection even. So if you find us, you're the right guy.
Yes, this is maybe I don't know, is it the right answer, but this is the first sign. Are you a fighter and are you really want to develop your project, or you just are thinking you want to do it?
Thank you. So any closure on this, Maria? We have like 10 seconds left.
I want to add to that, if I may. It's really hard. It's not about not going to, and I'm wearing here my founder hat. Sometimes it's just you're overwhelmed. All you have is an idea, and you're like, okay, I'm going to start knocking doors, and you start knocking all the wrong doors. So sometimes if government organizations can help with initial ideas, oh, you know, there is this little funding, like guidance helps. And that applies to venture as well. I think, Peter, you made a great point that it's maybe your business is not fit for venture. And that is something that should be said as well, right? From the very beginning, it's like, love your idea, go and find some money in you know, grants, because we're never going to invest in you. So I guess my conclusion would be, to your question, I think we need more transparency. There is a lot available, and a lot of ideas get funded, but we do need more understanding and more transparency.
Thank you very much. So now let's do transparency thing by going to Slido and evaluating this session, saying all the good things you think about that. So here's the QR code. Please scan it and say everything there is to say from your side so we can get better. And thank you, Maria Lema, for moderating this one.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we are having a 7-minute little break till the next discussion, which is aligning industry, research, and public understanding of innovation. We'll begin in 7 minutes here. Until then, QR code, please. Let's do it. We need it. We need it. Thank you very much. In case there is any discussions, any speakers, any ideas you would like to share, you can do it. You can find the recordings on the platform. You can go through them again. You can share them. There will be also information and videos on YouTube, 5G Techratory YouTube channel. So you can share the good things you've heard here for last 2 days with the colleagues who didn't come and probably will regret it until the next year. So now let's align industry, research and public understanding of innovation, which the last one probably is the toughest thing to do, where we all know what to do, how would be the best. We are talking between science, industry and policy makers. That's what we are going to do now also. Then there will be panelists' views on partnerships across different sectors, how it's done already and what should be done better, and what general public needs, or maybe what general public thinks it needs. So let's talk about that, and not only that. Moderator is Will Townsend, our good old friend. So welcome back, Vice President and Principal Analyst at Moore Insights and Strategy. Welcome with a round of applause, please.
Thank you, thank you. Is my mic on? Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. So thank you. As you can tell, I am not from Riga. I am from Texas. So this is my 5th Techratory. And so I'm pleased to be moderating this panel. Before we get started, though, I'd like each of our panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start with you, my friend.
Anders Ansboks. I'm a director of Institute of Solid State Physics, which can be called a deep science for deep tech.
Thank you, Anders. Mart?
Yeah, thanks. Mart from Enterprise Estonia. I lead the applied research department there, which pushes private sector R&D in several ways. And the team is put together so that each of us has a research background in some technology, mine's biotech. And then each of us has private sector R&D hands-on experience. So that's why we think that with this type of expertise, you can actually talk with companies in a meaningful way and help them in whatever way they need.
Laura?
Yeah, Laura Stravalde. Good afternoon, Investment and Development Agency of Latvia. So today I'm with the head of investment promotions, since our agency is responsible also for export, bringing in investment and EU funding, but today more on bringing investment to Latvia.
Great. Vitali?
I am Vitalis Krivelis. I'm founder and co-owner of pharmaceutical company Pharmidea. Here in Latvia, we develop, manufacture, and export sterile injectable drugs for hospitals to 60 countries approximately.
Great. And last but not least, Alina.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I'm representative of European Institute of Innovation and Technology in Latvia. And I'm also working with Riga Technical University Science and Innovation Center. And maybe for those who are not familiar with the institute, EIT was set in 2008 as an independent European body, but also integral part of the Horizon Europe program. After the realization that despite the excellent research and infrastructure in Europe, a few of research findings are turned into the products or services that would definitely be needed to improving our public well-being, security, and also the economic development of the continent. So EIT is currently the largest innovation partnership network in Europe, with more than 2,000 partners and place-based representations in each country as hubs. And so in Latvia, we are also representing almost 6 out of 9 of those communities, knowledge and innovation communities. So yes, my role is to foster and the access to this EIT funding mechanisms and foster collaboration of Latvia with the Institute.
Thank you, Alina. This is a fascinating subject for me. It's almost at times, I think, a mystery to a lot of people to understand the link between research that drives innovation, that drives economic gain and monetization, or whatever you want to call it. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And there are a lot of challenges that go along the way. In the last panel, there was a point made around many times research just ends and nothing comes of it. And that's part of the process. But what I'd like to start out with to begin the conversation is to get each of your opinion on what are some of the challenges that exist in linking and kind of, you know, having that value chain be created, you know, in the process. So Vitali, maybe we'll start with you. What are some of the challenges that you see in linking these elements together?
What entrepreneurs, who they are and how they perceive the scientists. We are people who are running for profit. Behind this profit, which is even the same important, we have a fear to lose it. Mm-hmm. Therefore, we keeping our cash cows in companies, and not so often relaxed for new things. Scientists, we recognize as people who are driven by curiosity. Mm-hmm. How to connect these two absolutely different universes. Mm-hmm. And my answer is to talk. Why? And talk rather often, because when we have to talk to scientists, then we have to stop to think as a company or as a management of company, to think a little bit ahead. And then if we learn about exciting and curious things what scientists discover and develop, that bring to us also more positive thoughts to take a risk for new things. Therefore, I could say that create any different format when entrepreneurs are talking with scientists, face to face, not distantly, not via papers. Sure.
Laura, I bet you have a different perspective on this, given your focus with the investment side of things.
Yes, well, the Ministry of Economy published a Latvian growth strategy for the next 10 years with the aim to double economy, and clearly stating that how we could reach that is significantly increasing the productivity of Latvian companies. Mm-hmm. So how to do that. And when we joined EU, our economy and the growth perspective and expectations of that growth was solely based on the EU funding, basically. And thus, a solid investment environment was not created in Latvia. And now we do see that to really change the structure of our economy towards high value-added, innovative economy where innovative products are being developed, produced, and exported. In the end, we do need that foreign investment as a small country. Mm-hmm. We cannot solely rely on EU funding, although it's a very important influx of support from EU. But foreign investment is not only about money. It does bring the necessary influx of investment, but also brings the knowledge transfer. But of course, it's easy to say, but not so easy to actually do that. But there is a lot of work ahead of us. And now we do see, especially for this government, that the importance on political level for bringing new investment to support our economy and those very ambitious targets to double the economy, it is on politicians' tables currently. So that's a good sign, and from the agency's perspective, where we are on the right path.
Sure. From my perspective, sort of a best practice is when you bring private and public together, right?
Yeah.
In cooperation. And Mart, we had a great conversation yesterday. We were talking about the differences between, with Alina, the differences between Latvia and Estonia. From an Estonian perspective, you're famous for Skype. That has drawn a lot of venture capital into the country. And so your challenge isn't necessarily funding, but it's more or less coordinating activities, right? So what's your perspective on what you've learned in Estonia?
Yeah, well, I believe that, well, you can always say that you need more money, and probably that's true. But
sure.
I have a feeling that at least in Estonia, with the European funding, with the private sector funding, with the public funding from the government side, if you have a decent enough idea, you will get the funding. The challenge is that so far Estonia has, well, distributed the money to basically whoever wants it, and has developed services from the public sector side that are a bit generic, like innovation training and these type of things. But in our view, you should focus on, Estonia as a small country should focus on some of the sectors, whether it's defense, smart defense, whether it's biomass, biorefining, or cybersecurity or whatever. And then it needs to create a sort of a 360-degree approach dedicated to that specific sector. Let me give you an example. You come from the pharma industry. Obviously, you deal with medical agencies, certifications, all that things. And you expect those processes to be quick.
Yep. They are.
Estonia, it's not too bad, could be better. But say Estonia decides, okay, I don't see any point in pharma industry. Then there's no point in putting effort into these sectors, specifically to streamline this, if the rest, if the Estonia says pharma industry is not important, if it says it's important, then the whole process from education to research to financiation to export support to certification, all that needs to be streamlined to support that specific industry. And I believe in this way you can take the whole value chain approach, and then you can actually make a meaningful difference to the economy.
That makes a lot of sense. And Alina, we were talking yesterday as well, and Laura spoke to the funding. I know that's part of your focus as well, but you and I were discussing how sort of the nature of what's happening in Latvia is somewhat disaggregated, and there's a need for driving accountability, I think, within the process. So any thoughts there?
Yeah, maybe I can be more on the practical side here and bring the attention back to the funding gap as one of the challenges that we are facing. And specifically the funding gap in early stage deep tech innovation support, and specifically in this so-called Valley of Death, that the proof of concept, or TRL4, spin-offs from the academia, from the research side, are facing. And here I do not only believe that we need to secure more funding support from the government, because otherwise, like, despite R&D efforts being quite well funded, we're losing all this value in inability to convert it into the real products and services. And also adjusting the current support programs, because some specific examples show that there are programs which require either additional co-funding from the very beginning, or they require pre-financing, or they do not support the salaries for researchers setting up the startup, which sets a very big limitation, unfortunately. And specifically, if we talk about science-backed innovations that could show the great value, the research project is ending, and then the researcher has no more support within the project. So if we motivate them to start the business, to start the spin-off efforts, they somehow need to be compensated. They need additional funding, yeah, and unfortunately in current programs there is no such opportunity to cover that. So this funding gap definitely is one of the issues, and also for sure that has already been highlighted, the collaboration between industry and researchers. And this is what the EAT programs, they have different support mechanisms, let's say from the entrepreneurial capacity building to innovation project support, but already on the market readiness stage. So still there is a gap. And even to apply for these EAT programs, let's say at TRL 6, to get to de-risk the funds of industry, you still need 30% of co-funding. So that's the question, like who would risk that? Either it should be the government who can support in that, or the industry who are willing to take risks.
It's a challenge, right? And Andres, you know, I purposely wanted you to close this conversation because you're coming from the research angle. So what is your perspective as a researcher on what we've discussed as a panel?
Well, I think that the talking is really a kind of key because, as Vitaly smartly noted, there are two cultures, and in order to make two cultures to cooperate, like also you said, industry and research should cooperate more, you should find a kind of common language. And talking is important, and talking not just like a campaign, but in long term. If we really want to develop something, we should do it in a long term. The second thing is that after research projects, usually there are at least one, in some cases, bunch of amazing ideas which you want to test, which can be products or technologies, but you know, the thing is, these things most probably will fail, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows.
What's the statistic? Like a new business fails within 90% of the time within the first 2 years? It's an incredibly high bar, right? Just to be successful.
And that's why the Death Valley exists, because when you cross it, then you have a lot of opportunities of funding again. Yeah? So, which means that, again, you need to have a kind of funding available, like said, and which funds you this crossover testing, but not in a research manner, but how it is done, for example, in pre-accelerators. It's like in a small iteration steps, you test it. Is it still feasible? Like you have a market benchmarks. Can you reach them? No? Oh, forget it.
Sure.
That's not innovation.
Right.
There might be a lot of amazing research under it, and it takes time, you know, and if the researchers have a confidence that they will have a funding for such things, these things will start to grow. But in order for them to find out which are the market benchmarks, you should talk to industry. And what also I understand that industry sometimes lacks a contra person in a research to discuss something they need, which means that the other dimension of this dialogue is that industry should state very clearly what kind of competencies it searches in a research. And developing such a competencies takes time. Even if you start to discuss with some university, you know, it's 3-5 years unless you develop really on a needed level.
Well, we've talked about a lot of challenges, so I want to turn to some more positive conversation around best practices. And Mart, I'd love to start with you and have you share what Enterprise Estonia has done to solve some of these challenges.
Yeah, so my department there, it also offers funding for the Death Valley, crossing the Death Valley, applied research and the initial piloting in an industrial setting. And there, we believe that especially if you talk about the lower technology readiness levels, you need academic or research support more and more. And therefore, the practical really is that if a university, or the company, decides to collaborate with a university or research institute in Estonia or in Latvia or in the UK or US, it gets a sort of bonus for that. So that usually urges companies to go and find a collaborator from the research institute. But second, I think that you can't really push it too much, though. The company needs to be at the right level with its research project. It needs to sort of click. So, to be honest, I'm not really a fan of those tech transfer processes that people try to draw. I think what you said, going to the university and talking with people, especially in a small country like Estonia or Latvia, everybody knows everybody almost. Everybody's 1 or 2 phone calls away. It's a matter of really just doing it. You don't need a fancy process to go walk into the university research center. I do that all the time.
Right. You and I also talked about what you do, what the organization does around helping to validate kind of market viability as well. Can you spend a little bit of time there?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the introduction, we have 10 of us that have different research and industry backgrounds. And so how the program for startups predominantly, we also fund established companies, but if you talk about startups, they come to us, pitch their idea, write a sort of a proposal for the funding. It roughly consists of the research part, which we validate in-house, and the business side, which we often validate in-house. Sometimes we bring in people from the outside to validate this business case. And then say, okay, yes, we will fund you, provided you find, let's say, 30–40% from the private investment, from private investors. And typically, once we have validated and say, okay, we will fund you, then usually the company finds investors because A, it's roughly validated to a certain degree, and B, government puts in non-dilutive funding, so you get more, we don't take shares in the company, right? So, so the investor gets a better deal, essentially, out of investing into a startup.
Okay. Alina, we talked yesterday too about the EIT and some best practices. Latvia is different than obviously Estonia. You've talked about the funding, but are there any other things that you can share around what you've learned to become best practices, at least in Latvia?
Yeah, I have actually a lot of positive news to share.
Great.
And one of them is I recently have read the report by Deal Room, I guess for 2023, saying that the Baltics are actually in top of attracting investments for deep tech and AI-driven innovations, like almost the second after the Nordics, which is a very good positive tendency. So we are good in attracting investment. It's just this early stage, let's say proof of concept stage is where we need a little bit more support and understanding of the situation from the government side. Another good thing in Latvia, speaking from the academia perspective, is that this year it is a historic moment when all 4 science universities has joined together to establish a UniLab, a University Technology Business Incubator, specifically to have a pipeline of the research of technology that have a commercial potential, working all together in order to support those innovations coming from Latvia, and also working towards establishing a fund that could support these early testings and proof of concept testings. And one more thing is that recently some adjustments to the regulation in the law have been moved forward to allow universities invest in the spin-offs of the universities, which also is a precedent, and I believe it's a very good initiative because it sets the rule to be more proactive, supporting spin-offs and researchers, motivating them in the long run with the potential to receive back like more value for the research that is coming from the university. So we really hope that this will be approved on the national level, and this mechanism would be in place to test like how does that influence spin-offs coming from the university. But in terms of EAT, we see a very positive results as well, like especially Baltics, showing that this collaboration with the institute is very well recognized. We're showing great results, like supporting dozen startups in their entry to the European market, access to industry. There are such support programs as Jumpstarter, early stage competition of ideas, where you test the commercial potential. The EAT connects you with the industry professionals to test whether these kind of technologies would be necessary, and you also have an opportunity to receive grant. There are also incubation and acceleration programs that are supporting the business development. And we see very good cases, examples, like our food tech, for example, startups who have received this opportunity and already are scaling to Finland, they're scaling to Poland market. So the mechanisms works. It's just, again, we need to motivate more scientists to become entrepreneurs, to see this entrepreneurial journey. Yeah, definitely some support and co-funding should be there. Because once you are chosen for top 50, let's say, startups in Europe, you are through this program, you have validated the idea, you have identified the market potential, you still need the proof and test with industry. Before you apply for the bigger funding or before you attract the VC investments, because they need to see the proof of concept working with industry.
Sure.
So someone needs to be there to support the test.
We were also talking yesterday about, the challenge with talent, and I think another challenge is aligning culture, aligning capabilities with viable, monetization opportunities. And I'll provide an example. So in Israel, they have become renowned for cybersecurity because so much of the government activity from the military incubates that. So it comes out of the military, and as a result, Israel is one of the biggest providers of cybersecurity solutions in the world. And Mark, we were talking about that as well. But what I'd like to do now is dive a little bit deeper, and we've touched on it. What I'd like to discuss is what are the specific roles that private industry, governments, and consortiums play to create this value chain? And maybe, Laura, we can start with you.
Yes, there is an important role for each and every of those players within the value chain, and we do see different examples how a project is being developed, either from the activities from the industry or from the investor or from the government, so different. For example, this summer, a memorandum was signed between South Korean investment fund Eugene with the Latvian ecosystem, the biomedicine ecosystem, the largest hospitals, research centers, the ministries signed this memorandum to create an initiative that comes from that fund to bring those South Korean companies to do clinical trials and tests here in Latvia, thus increasing our capacity by providing that kind of service, so to say, and raising the awareness that Latvia really has this this opportunity and knowledge and the necessary technology to actually do that. So, and the legislative aspect, of course, also is important. There is this government role to not to put extra burden, but make things as easy as possible. That's why we have this green corridor or fast track for if a company decides to open a subsidiary or develop some new project, then there is a procedure where, for example, building permit can be received twice as fast as in normal procedure. That's why fostering and accelerating those processes. So this is one example. Another example is, of course, how we can help those companies, those large investors that intend to invest hundreds of millions of euros here in Latvia, how we can help to really land that project in Latvia. We are always competing with other countries. So where our priorities lie, as was mentioned in the Estonian case, we have put 5 key areas as our focus areas within the smart specialization strategy here in Latvia. But to say frankly, 5 very broad areas is too much. It's not a real focus.
Right.
We have to really put our effort, because we're a small country. We cannot put our effort in all those 5 areas. We have to find those niches. For example, in aerospace, we have great capabilities. Dutch hydrogen-fueled company, which is intending to manufacture aircraft fueled by hydrogen, is planning to land their project in Latvia, which is billion worth of project.
Right.
Another thing, the bioeconomy that has always been very strong here in Latvia. So the forestry industry and biochemical industry, how that could be also changed when a large investor comes into. And the biomedicine, of course, we have excellent knowledge in this industry and how we can present that to the world and to really, like the Eugen from South Korea, to attract those investment funds and develop that industry. Because an investor won't come in a non-existing area if there is no hub, so to say, or no knowledge. Don't dream that we'll have, we discussed, like every country expects to have a chip manufacturer, right?
Right.
So we have to first work on the basis and work on our strong areas, and then we can talk how to work to develop those.
Sure. I mean, you have to crawl before you walk, before you run. And, you know, getting back to semiconductor in the United States, we are now making that investment because we have relied on Taiwan and other parts of the world to do that sort of thing. But Andres, so I'm assuming the University of Latvia, it's publicly funded. What's your perspective on this? Is private industry, like I went to the University of Texas at Austin, there's a lot of private industry in partnership with my university to drive innovation, to link these value chains together. Is that the case in Latvia?
You know, what I noticed is I was in one discussion where said that universities should focus on innovation. You know, that's a bit of trap. It sounds
pretty vague too, right?
Yeah. You know, actually the research produces smart people. That should be understood. That's the key outcome of the research are smart people. Not all of them are suitable for entrepreneurship, which is also okay.
Sure.
Few only of them become entrepreneurs. This is what I see. And I think there should be kind of fine balance between what we call a fundamental research or basic research and applied research. Otherwise, it's like you take from your shelf ideas, but who is filling the shelf with ideas?
Sure.
That's the basic research, actually. Then that's amazing that everybody puts a goal to double economy, Of course, there is huge reserve in existing economy in intensifying or make it more productive, but without creating new economies, this will not work, you know? In country of size of ours, it's like one unicorn affects economy, I don't know. Huge effect. So one huge investment also will turn around everything here. Yeah? Yep. We also must be careful about this. So from one side, the focus is important. It really is important. I believe in focus to the areas where really initiatives already exist. So you don't need to build something, it already exists. And exists in a good manner, like what we call ecosystem, which is actually, what is ecosystem, huh? People are talking.
Right.
There's a club.
There's collaboration.
You know, they're meeting, talking, they know each other. It's funny in this conference to find a telecom engineer who asks, what is quantum? Yeah, that's okay. And I think that one of the greatest secrets which we kept under the table in Latvia was our recently started this Innovation Fund program, which is actually an 8-year program which finances the crossing actually the depth value. Testing products in this pre-accelerator mode where you, like I said before. So we actually launched this one, and I expect there should be significant impact on this because we had never a long-time program running, you know.
Sure. Vitaly, so the area that that you're a member of the board on, pharma life sciences, very, very investment intensive, oftentimes, requiring millions or billions of euros. What is your perspective on this? And, obviously, you make a lot of investment, but what is the role of, consortium and the government in driving this innovation value chain?
First of all, in pharmaceutical industry, normal company invest up to 10% of their turnover every year in development. We created already here in Latvia, some 12 years ago, such a program which is unique, I would say, and non-convenient for public sector. We call it Competence Center Program, where 8 industries created each competence center for financing of industrial research, usually done by company itself, if company has lab.
Yep.
Yeah, and technologists, or use scientists, or use specialized companies who do research service. That's a great program we would like to continue, and we fight for it every day. But because we have a topic here about aligning of understanding of innovation between industry, public, and science, I would like to mention one idea or example how I believe could be good to align.
Perfect.
Here in Latvia, we are where we have not enough people due to the demography, not enough child, and due to emigration to the more rich countries of our good people. We need people here because small country need manufacturing to make a products to export. That we bring money from that 8 billion people who live outside our country. How to do? I'm thinking, what would be innovation, adaptive innovation chain? Hey, Tesla has Optimus humanoid robot. If it really will cost $20,000, then our companies would be would be interested that we have scientific advice how to use them in our factories. Because to bring people who start at 5 o'clock packaging or some cleaning, it's very difficult in our country. Then, if it's done how to do, then would come service companies grow up who could help us to program it. 10, 15 program for each robot to do in companies some things. And when it's done, then Bolt could offer the robot Bolt service. You see, the chain of activities who increase our productivity and increase possibilities to more time for creative things, to plan strategically and so on. That's my idea for aligning.
I love that, and there's a lot of talk about generative AI. So the new applications of machine learning and AI to do exactly what you described, to improve productivity. But there is still concern that humans will be out of the loop. I don't believe that's the case, and we're still in the very early days. I mean, my focus as an analyst is on networking and security. I'm seeing some immediate benefits there. I do believe that AI could help accelerate the value chain that we've been discussing, but I think it's too early to predict that. But as we close our conversation, I'd like to kind of end on how do we ultimately measure success at the end of the day? I mean, from my perspective, it would be, are we driving job creation? Are we driving new revenue streams? Are we driving economic prosperity, within Latvia or Estonia or Lithuania or any other country in the world? But maybe, Mart, we can start with you. I mean, how would you sort of judge the success criteria at the end of the day?
Some are straightforward. Productivity per employee.
Sure.
Rise in exports. Classical economic numbers, essentially, or that you get from the yearly reports. What is difficult, if you talk about government programs, for instance, ideally they would bring more broader effect on the ecosystem or change the company. For instance, if a new established company with, 100 people starts to do in-house R&D for the first time, do they create a team for that? Do they start to collaborate with the researchers at some point? So is there a qualitative change in the company? And that's pretty difficult to assess, and actually we just launched a tender for by this method or thinking in from the local universities that should basically create a method how Estonia should evaluate its the programs it launches, how it should evaluate the effects. And there's not a straightforward answer, actually.
No, I don't think so.
So I'll let you know in a couple of months when they're done.
Okay, I'll come back to you and ask you, Laura, what do you think? What's your criteria or measurement of success?
Yeah, well, the same like general KPIs, the investment brought, exports increased, job places created, but then when you deep dive into those numbers, then in the end, it's really how it affects the economy itself. Okay. Is it good to bring...
is it GDP focused or?
Productivity per person, per people increase. Because is it good to bring an ICT company like GBS Center, the call center?
Sure.
Job places created, quite high salaries paid. Is it good, or
is it high skilled, right?
Yeah, or in several years that company closes the laptops and goes to some country where the salaries is much lower. So in the long-term effect, and again by attracting some metalworking company, which within the company in several years puts also the R&D capacity and produces more and more complex products. Maybe that company in the end brings more added value to the economy than this call center.
Sure.
So it's always the devil is in the details, and we have to look in the long-term perspective, not short-term.
I agree. Alina, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with what have mentioned, what have been already mentioned. Maybe from my perspective, I would just add that it could also be valuable to take a look on how much of EU funding have been utilized. Like I see that still there are opportunities that are underused, let's say in terms of commercializing the research, which have already been funded.
Sure.
So, yeah, in terms of deep tech and spin-off creation, like we have, I believe that Unilab incubator has set a pretty ambitious goal to have a first unicorn coming from the academia ecosystem. So yeah, and we believe that it could set success story, motivation that we can do it, and there could be science-backed innovations bringing back to Latvia and affecting all the results that have been mentioned already.
Sure.
But also one more point is that you have, before you have mentioned the Israel case.
Right.
And we have close collaboration with the EIT hub in Israel, often exchanging the experiences, learning how to work with the innovation ecosystem. And what I have taken from there, and I strongly believe in that approach, that how do they perceive innovations? And when they call for innovation community to work together, they believe this is a necessity. It is not something that's good to have. And still in Latvia, sometimes it is a feeling that to innovate is something good to have.
Sure.
Like we are running the accelerators, we are motivating for startups, we are setting hackathons and all these innovation activities. And still, yeah, with such a, let's say, approach that it is something that would be nice.
Right.
In Israel, if they're calling for innovation activity and mobilizing ecosystem, it is because there is a necessity for security, for particular things to survive and to increase the well-being of people who are doing that.
Yeah.
And I believe this is something that we could learn, identifying the priorities and the necessities and calling out the ecosystem when the action is needed. Like it is no... currently, it is not good to have. It's a must have.
Yeah, I mean, it's aligning, again, it gets back to the point that I made earlier, aligning culture to what's important, you know, and that's going to vary by country, right? So Vitaly, I'm assuming, you know, in pharma, the measurement is obviously, you know, curing disease, better patient outcomes, and ultimately revenue at the end of the day, but are there other barometers of success that you think about?
Specifically for Latvia, I would say that would be good one KPI establish and then motivate that this KPI is achieved by scientists and enterprises. That means scientists full-time equivalent and how it's attracted or private money. That how it's stick together and that this set would have be promoted, I would say. Then it's good. Bring us closer to the talk and understanding of two universes where in the surface where they connect, the new things would come up.
And Andres, from a research perspective, what's your KPI?
I think one of the KPIs is that we are deeply integrated into European research area, that people are working in our institute from the rest of the Europe, and our researchers go to other institutes in whole Europe. The same is like students from university, they really travel a lot, and there are many foreign students in our university. I would say that would be quite nice. From economy, I always wonder, people creating new workplaces where you have already shortage of workers, I would say maybe do the same with less workplaces can be the better indicator in some case. So
do more with less, right?
Yeah. So it's but the robots, I think they will be also in the research labs.
Yeah.
That's for sure, because there is no other way to do in modern times.
Sure.
Yeah, but the rest is like the guys said, and I think that everything will be fine if we really have these talking ecosystems, like and any industry knows how to talk to research, and researchers have no barriers and understands how to talk to industry about the benchmarks of their achievements.
It's ultimately about collaboration and just making the effort to have that conducted more frequently. So thank you to all of my panelists. It's been a great conversation. And let's open it up to Q&A, my friend.
All right, your question, please. And we won't move until there will be questions. Yeah. One question? Just one. So, we are talking about ecosystem. And I would have one question to next year. This ecosystem and this opportunity would be called just Techritory. Yeah,
right.
No more 5G Techritory, it's the Techritory.
Yeah.
So what should be the thing we would be discussing at this panel next year?
Merging different things together, which is called interdisciplinarity.
Merging different things. Like we talked about this, how that could be done, but then it should be already talks about who does what, right?
For sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, when I look at technology, networking, security, telecommunications, it's about convergence, right? And so I think Techritory rebranding itself, and it's all about the tech stack and bringing that all together. And the end result is greater than the sum of the parts.
All right. Anything else to add? So, yes?
Next year, I hope that we will talk about microcosmos of joining together biopharmacy or cells with sensors and electronics.
Wow,
I
wow,
like
wow.
that.
Some round of applause to that ambition. Thank you very much. Thank you, the panel. And thank you, moderator Will Townsend. And thank you for your patience. So, please go to Slido and tell everyone how great this panel was. So that's a QR code, although you have some other options there too, but please choose carefully. And then, thank you very much from my side. You've been a great audience all these 2 days. And let's meet you next year. It's Techritory 2025. Thank you.